Because they'll have to see if you could hear it on YouTube. Because
right now?
Well, when people start talking, I don't know
let's
how
do it.
it's
Let's
gonna...
test it out now.
No, I can't make people talk right now. There aren't any people. I can talk. You're going to be good because I have the microphone. But you're not going to hear...
That will pick up anything right there, like literally. Brandon, I just talked to Corey right now. He had said bring a microphone over here. You want to try that? Huh? I want to be sure you're.
I think they're talking and I can't hear them. Let's see.
Okay, let's see. Are they talking? Let's see.
Mike, can you hear me?
Let's right click on that.
Alex, can you hear me? They can't hear me.
Oh, shoot.
Alex, can you hear me?
Is it something within the program? Let me go get those.
Let's see. How do I turn this off? I want this off. Maybe if I turn it off, it'll go back to working. It's not working. It's because the internet sucks. Okay, let's see. It was on earlier.
Play. Open. Yeah, playback device. Recording. Okay, so testing. Test it. Test. 1, 2. Testing. 1, 2. It's hearing us. So it's probably within the app. Do you want to try this app?
Can you turn it back off? Because I'm just going to try to make this work again.
Okay.
Because we're starting right now.
Okay,
And
do you
we
want-
can't hear anybody.
You want me to shut it all off?
The microphone, everything else on it. I just need to try to figure out how to make this work. Can you guys hear me? Nobody can. Yes, Bill, you can hear me?
Oh, I will. Okay.
Yeah, that's...
To enable audio controls, please enter your audio PIN followed by the...
I see Faria.
Now we can hear them all again.
Is that from your laptop?
Okay, if there are no objections, I will start the meeting. Well, good afternoon, everyone. It's 4:03, and welcome to the regular meeting of the Los Banos City Council. Before I start the meeting, we held a closed session prior to the start of this meeting, and there is no reportable action. At this time, I would like to call to order the meeting of the Los Banos City Council on August 5th, 2020. And we are doing meeting remotely. Hey, Chief Breezy, are you here?
I believe Commander Reyna was going to do the Pledge of Allegiance.
Okay, Commander Reyna, are you here? Are you online, Commander Reyna? I don't believe currently. Chief Hurley, are you here? Okay. All right. Public Works Director Patron, would you lead us in the flag salute, please?
Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mark. Okay, let's go on to roll call. Director Maloney?
Maria,
Here.
Johnson Santos, here. Jones,
Present.
Lewis, here. Walter,
Here. We do have a quorum. Consideration of approval of agenda. Do I have a motion? Mrs. Lewis?
Mr. Ray, I'd like to make a motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Do I have a second?
Second. I'll second.
Okay, motion by Mrs. Lewis, second by Faria for the approval of the agenda. All in favor? Mr. Faria?
Yes.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Yes. Motion carries. Public forum. Members of the public may address the City Council members on any item of public interest that is within the jurisdiction of the City Council, which includes agenda and non-agenda items. No action will be taken on non-agenda items. The speakers may submit their comments by submitting a written statement limited to 250 words or less, or by dropping it off the utility payment box at City Hall at 520 J Street, or by emailing cityclerk@losbanos.org. Comments received will be read into the record during the City Council meeting. And Director Maloney, do we have any comments at this time?
yes, I have received one comment.
Okay. Thank you. Why don't you, is that COVID related or non-COVID related?
It's non-COVID related.
Okay, go ahead and read it then, please.
Mr. Mayor and council members, it is my hope that you as elected leaders of the city of Los Banos would join the resistant efforts of the cities mentioned above, which is in support of City of Atwater and Coalinga's stand against political tyranny. Your elected positions are to serve the community that placed you in those positions. You are not serving Los Banos by following in lockstep the decrees and edicts of unelected health officials who do answer to a very politically motivated governor. It is a shame and disgrace to watch the small businesses struggle to comply with onerous requirements like serving food outside in the heat or wind. Many are not going to survive, and the blame will lie at your feet. U.S. leaders and citizens have had over 4 months now to observe the disparities in inconsistencies of how some activities are allowed while others are not. This is a disparate treatment is criminal on its face, and without the fear-mongering of the mainstream media would never happen in America. Whatever this C-19 is, it is not worth the destruction of our society and nation. The dire warnings of March have not materialized, and many of the experts have been proven wrong. So it's time to come out of hiding and go back to work. Please reach out to Atwater and Kalinga for moral support and do your duty to honor your oath to the city and the U.S. Constitution. One last thing. What happened to the invocation? I have not heard one as of late. We are still one nation under God, are we not? Robert L. Griffin. And that's the only comment I received.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's go on. Is there any other comments orally from people online? Not hearing any, I will now close the public forum and go on to item 7, consideration or approval of consent agenda. Items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine, be voted on in one motion unless removed from the consent agenda by a city council member. Tonight we have Director Melanie.
Items on the consent agenda are as follows. Order numbers 222-973 through 223-245 in the amount of $2,257,798.45. Fourth quarter investment report for the 2019-2020 fiscal year. Minutes for the July 15th, 2020 City Council meeting. Minutes for the July 29th, 2020 special City Council meeting. City Council Resolution number 6243, authorizing the city manager to file a regional surface transportation program, RSTP, exchange program fund claim form for fiscal year 2019-2020 in the amount of $482,931. City Council Resolution number 6244, approving the annual local transportation fund LTF claim to be filed with the Merced County Association of Governments, MCAG, for fiscal year 2020-2021. City Council Resolution number 6245, authorizing award of construction contract to Joe's Landscaping and Concrete, Inc. in the amount of $234,770 with a 5% contingency in the amount of $11,738.50 for the Los Banos Golf Course project, and adopt a revised budget for the fiscal year 2020-2021 as it pertains to the Los Banos Park Fund account. City Council Resolution number 6246, approving and adopting final tract map number 2017-01, Stone Creek at Los Banos, the Villages 7 Phase 2B Unit 1, and accompanying subdivision improvement agreement, Anderson Home. City Council Resolution number 6247, approving and adopting final tract map number 2017-01, Stone Creek at Los Banos, the Villages 7 Phase 2B Unit 2, and accompanying subdivision improvement agreement, Anderson Home. City Council Resolution number 6248, amending City Council Resolution number 6012 relating to the city's conflict of interest code. City Council Resolution number 6249, ratifying Executive Order 2020-03 and Amendment number 1 to Executive Order 2020-02 as it pertains to temporary outdoor operations and Planning Commission meeting time. And the items are to be approved as submitted.
Thank you. Is there any city council member who would like to remove an item for discussion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move item G, as in George.
All right. Anyone else? Hey, Mrs. Lewis, do I have a motion?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as submitted minus item letter G.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second that, Mayor.
Okay, it's been motioned by Mrs. Lewis, second by Mrs. Santos for the approval of the consent agenda, minus item G for discussion. All in favor? Mr. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Ms. Walter? Yes. Okay, go ahead, Mrs. Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The reason I'm requesting this particular item to be pulled, and my concern is with the landscaping. I can't read the ledger that's been provided to us, and that's understandably because it's on a 8 by 11 sheet. But even with a magnifying glass, I see some things in here like some live oak, internal live oak trees, and I want to make sure that the trees and the items that we're going to have in this park for landscaping are on our approved list. I know that live oaks, they are protected by the state of California, so you can't go in there and start whacking and pruning and doing things to them. So if that were the case with this particular tree, it might be something that we want to look at swapping it out for something else. But I do want to hear from the Public Works Director. I just want to make sure that this landscaping is going to be kept up to a standard, and that we are planting things in here that are indigenous to our area, and that in the maintenance of them, that we're going to be able to take care of that and not let them get out of control.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Station.
Mark, you're on mute. If you'd unmute, please.
I thought I was off, sorry. Let me go down the list of trees that are actually on this. We have the canary pine, the western redbud, the Chinese pistachios, the live oaks. And in the plants, we have the lilies and regal mist. All these were looked at by our person that handles it, Michael O'Brien, and they are on our list and have been recommended to be put on here. We do have, if you look at the end of our staff report, we will have this over to our contractor when this is over to take care of these plants and to keep them alive and healthy. So the goal is exactly what Councilperson Lewis stated, and that's our goal here. We want this to have some nice trees because we look at this to be one of the staples of this area as it improves out, as we close the landfill also. I don't know what else to tell you, but the goal is definitely to keep these alive and healthy and thriving, and we believe these trees are correct.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So with that information, we generally don't have maintenance for fertilizing and the upkeep of our general public space landscaping. So particularly, the contract is going to be moved over to our landscaping company that handles our regular landscaping in the city. Is there something in the contract on this particular piece of property for this park that's going to be different than the general contract that we have with him in regards to maintenance and the upkeep in a healthy way? Feeding these plants, feeding
feeding these trees so that they stay healthy? If they start getting disease, what are we going to do with them to make sure that we're ahead of that disease and not letting it progress? And again, the live oak, I have concern about that because it is a protected tree in the state of California, and I just want to make sure that our department is aware that if it needs trimming up or any kind of maintenance, that we're within rights according to state law to be able to do that.
Okay. The maintenance contract is the same as he's already maintaining. Feeding the trees and that type of stuff will fall on city staff, and it will be a priority that this area especially gets the proper maintenance.
Okay. Perhaps, Mark, if you can have your arborist that works for the city get some information back to me on that live oak. That still remains a concern of mine. And I'm not asking you to take it out at this particular time, but I do have concerns. I just want to make sure that we're not putting a tree in there that we have to let just go wild and not do anything with it because of state law.
Okay, I can do that, and that would be Michael O'Brien, who is actually not a licensed arborist, but he is the one that handles all those details for us. I will have him, if it's okay with you, contact you directly on that issue.
Okay, I appreciate it. And I will do some research myself on that particular tree just to make sure that, we're okay on that. All right. Thank you. That's it, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. All right. Let's see here.
So I'll make a motion to approve item G on the consent agenda as submitted.
Okay, Mrs. Santos?
Second.
Okay, it's motion by Lewis, second by Mrs. Santos for the approval of item G on the consent agenda. Mr. Faria?
Yes.
Okay. Mrs. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Villalta, yes. Motion carries. Okay, let's go on to item 8, 2020 census update presentation. I see Patricia Ramos Anderson online. If you'd like to give us an update on the 2020 census.
Okay. Hello? Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Okay, great. Well, welcome. It's nice to be back to Los Banos like always. I'm just going to give you guys all an update. So on the next page that we have is, and I don't know, okay, we're going to make sure we're counting everyone only once and in one place only and in the right place. That's very important for us. The next page. As to why do we need a census? Well, we're talking about federal funding. Well, there's two. Article 1 section of the U.S. Constitution, and we have to enumerate, count everyone every 10 years. And the second purpose is apportioning of U.S. House of Representatives. The next page talks about why does the 2020 census matter? It matters because of congressional representation, reapportionment, redistricting. $675 billion is distributed annually, and it's funded through the base of population. That's very important. And also in California, over $76 billion each year to the state. 2,000 is approximately for every person in California that's counted. So a family of 5 is $100,000. 10 families, that's already $1 million. So this is giving you an idea of how much money we're talking about. The next page. Again, the federal funding. Next page. Okay, right there. Census data informs us about $675 billion, how it's distributed. Transportation, jail training, schools, senior foster care centers, housing, medical systems, infrastructure for water, and also fire stations. FYI. So you go back to the next page now. The next page is you can still be counted now. This is the one flyer that we want to make sure we get out to everyone. They could call in at 844-330-2020 for English. You can call the Spanish line at 844-468-2020.
We have 13 other languages, including Portuguese, that is supported. You contact the English line, they will transfer you to a person of that language that you need assistance that is already supported. Next page. And these are the hard to count populations. A lot of them are going to be our rural communities. It's the racial, ethnic minorities, LGBTA, people that are homeless, lower income, undocumented workers, tribal members, people that don't speak English. There's a lot of different languages in Merced County and Los Banos that English is a second language. Children under 5, we had 1 million children not counted in the last census, and all of our small rural communities. Next page. So how can we work together to get in the low response census tract? We are doing a major push right now, focusing on the rural communities for the final phase for us right now as partnership specialists. The next page. We use data. Currently, Los Banos has done very well. We've been working with our other partners because I keep track of all your census tracts to see where you're at. And then I speak to the partners from the California State Census, but also with the nonprofits that receive funding. And I'm able to let them know these are the tracts that were low, and if they're going to do any extra, field work or calls or surveys, I always give them the list of census tracts that were low. And Los Banos picked up very well. It benefited of almost 3 weeks of that kind of a service. So right now, the lowest one is actually Census Tract 2201 by the airport, right across and going up by the hospital. That's at 55.6. The majority of your other census districts, your census tracts, are at 65 or above. I think one might be a little bit lower, but they're doing very, very well. The next page. Got that little tract, just to give you an idea of where it's at. So you have the airport, goes down right here by the hospital, little corner, goes into a little downtown area, and that's the area. And you can easily look this up on the 2020 census, and it's the rate response. And that map, you just type in the city, the count, the state, and you put down the census tract, and it'll show you all your census tracts. But I wanted to focus on the one that's the low responding one as right now. You have a lot of the folks in apartments, by the hospital and things of that nature. Next page. There's another census tract, and this one there was a little bit of confusion because the Wright phase 1 is actually Santanella, and what we've had to do is make some corrections to let them know that Santanella is actually shares the same zip code for Los Banos. That's why there was a major undercount in Santanella, because folks are looking for the addresses in Los Banos. But what it does is it kind of wraps around the whole perimeter of Los Banos, your little agricultural area. So that's why they were thinking that it was part of Los Banos when we were letting them know, no, the ones that actually share the common zip code is Gustine and Santanella. But we are definitely, they've been informed, they know about it, but we just wanted to show you that this is a weird census tract that's large agriculture, and it goes all the way to the county line where you have Santa Clara County, then you have Merced County, and then you have San Benito. The next page, and that's at 49%. So the questions, any questions right now that we have?
Any questions from council members?
The council members, yes.
Nothing at this time. Oh, wait a minute.
Okay.
Who had a question?
I just heard nothing from me.
Okay, thank you. Okay, go ahead, Patricia.
Okay, and what we're doing right now, just to close, is that we are developing on these census tracts that are low. We've done many already in La Planada. We've done in Livingston. They have been highly successful because it increased our numbers quite a bit, some of these low responding areas. And what we're looking at, that local census tract that we have in Livingston, we've already developed a list. We're developing partners. But what's very key in cities that we work with our cities, Livingston's a perfect example of how they came together. They had 3 census tracts that we had to deal with. And they worked with the county, CAL FIRE, their own fire station, the police, building the building department had a vehicle out there. The service agencies in the city were there in that specific little zone, those tracks, and residents came out and elected officials to let them know, to make it a hoopla, a caravan. We had signs that had the caravan about people like, oh, something's going to happen, something's going on. We want to get people excited and how to be counted and make it so easy for them. And we were handing out information using the safety guidelines state and feds have. We abide by those rules. And we were still using gloves for those that were handing out any kind of information and distancing. But more importantly is that they were getting the information. People decorated their vehicles, the census. We provided posters and signs. And our fire station, they did an excellent job. The building department had theirs look like a little rooster, a flag rooster. It was kind of flying. But it looked really, really cute. They were very creative, the men that were decorating their own vehicles. And so we came together, and we had the president, United Way, California Census, California State of California Census, they were there. We had an organization, and it made a big difference, and it started to show the impact 2 weeks later on our numbers. So that's what we're proposing. I'm doing in some of our rural communities because there's a big push right now for these next few weeks, is that really focus on them. Because some of them are still low, and we're trying to get them at least to 50 or 55, which is a big plus. And just to show how where we started with all our census tracts and Los Banos, the website, how far they've gone, it was great. But again, it was us working together in a team and not in silos amongst our own organizations. It was a team effort. And that was one thing that when we went to the Atwater presentation for the city council representative of Livingston was present there to give comment of how they were able to come together to bring, because the bottom line is bringing that federal funding back into the community for the infrastructure for the next 10 years of investment. And right now, everyone's really going to be needing those funding sources, especially in the healthcare field, in education, infrastructure, and water. Because those continue to be issues in Central Valley and Said County and in this area as well. So that's what I wanted to let you know, that we want to make sure we can partner with Los Banos, work on that one census tract, that 1 hour of investment. Like I told you, if we touch just 10 families, you're looking at $1 million of revenues coming of federal funding towards our way. And if we do what happened in 2010, that 1 million children were not counted. Can I picture that, kids, the babies? I do that on purpose. Children from ages 4.5, 5 under, infants, were not counted. All that money went to other states. They got the money, they got the funding, but they got counted, and we didn't. We've had a major effort working with all the hospitals, clinics, baby beanies we were getting out for newborns. We made sure that, and Head Start, and early Head Start, we were working very closely with education and organizations that give those services for that age group. And that's all I have to say, but I look forward to hearing from you, and hopefully we do get to plan some of the caravans in that one census tract, and it actually follows where the hospital is, but it make it safe, but informative. And that one flyer that you saw that has the contact numbers, please get that out to everyone. It has the English and Spanish, and even the English ones give you the support information for the other 13 languages. Because we want to make sure Los Banos gets their fair share of the money, as much as possible, that will benefit them for the next 10 years. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Patricia. Are there any comments from council members at this time? Okay.
Just want to say thank you for all the hard work. We appreciate it. It's all of us doing it together. It doesn't happen by ourselves. That's what it is. It's teamwork, and it's fun as a team. And it really makes a big difference. And but I look forward to seeing y'all. And again, touching base on if anyone that wants to work on that one census tract. Like I said again, the 10 families that we impact on just that one census tract, 10 families will bring in $1 million. We get 100 people. That's a lot of ching money. Lots of cash, federal funding. Thank you again.
Thank you. Any comments from staff? Okay, Patricia, thank you so much for the presentation. Let's go on to item 9, Billy Wright landfill presentation, and we have with us Eric Zetz from MCAG. I see Stacy. Hi, Stacy. And I also see Colin Wallace from Republic. Anyone else I missed here? Okay, Eric, take it away. Oh, hi, Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Yes, there's
Kyle.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Lorenco. Sorry.
Loretta. Mayor, can I just make one brief comment?
Yes, go ahead, Alex.
Thank you, Mayor. So just to give a little context for the council, we have a number of issues related to solid waste we're dealing with at the staff level, and that the mayor has been very, very closely involved with the Regional Waste Authority. The presentation this afternoon, mostly to provide background and information for the council. We're not looking for any actions this evening, but again, an effort to bring the entire council up to speed on the number of issues we're working on related to solid waste and recycling. We will have a number of actions probably for the council to consider at future meetings, but no action requested today. And again, just background for the council. So that's all I have, Mayor. So apologies, Eric, but that's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Alex. We may be calling on you later, though, to talk after Eric is finished.
All right, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, Eric, who's going to do the presentation?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I will be giving the presentation. And Alex, thank you for that intro to the council. Good afternoon. It's good to be before you. And I would say that the conversations we've had with Mark, Alex, and the mayor have been very professional, and we've had many of those meetings. And really what you're going to see today between my presentation, I'm going to give a PowerPoint to you, and then after me, Kyle Loretto will also give a PowerPoint to you. These PowerPoints and the information that is provided to you is information that our governing board has already received. And so for your mayor and for those that have seen them, this might be repetitive, but again, we want to provide this information to you. Next slide, please. So this evening, I'm going to give you some updates on COVID-19. We'll talk about the authority's annual expenses and their debt service. Going to let you know tonnage reports. When I sent this to Mark, we didn't have our July tonnage reports at that time, so you will see June tonnage reports. We'll give those to you. We'll talk about the remaining community cleanups that the County of Merced has. We'll show you a new structure that's at the Billy Wright landfill if you've not seen it already with my mattress recycling grant. We'll speak about the scale addition project that we're happy is going to happen at Billy Wright. We'll tell you about Anerobic digester project that the board has given us the ability to continue discussions. And we have been asked to provide just a little bit of information to you on tip fee that the authority has and the authority's tip fee. And it will close with, or I will close my part with Senate Bill 1383 before Kyle begins. And please feel free to ask any questions that you might have. Next slide, please. So for COVID-19, the impacts to the solid waste industry and landfills in particular are huge. Since February, March, we began to see that material recycling facilities around the state, or MRFs as they're called, began to close. Some of the impacts related to MRFs were that they could not keep their 6 foot distancing with the COVID. And so they had individuals working very closely together that needed to not work as close to each other. And so thus the sorting lines began to shut down. In addition, for the County of Merced, the community cleanups that we had planned for before COVID hit, when the school grounds closed, the county was not able to put those cleanups on those school campus parking lots. And so with that, it caused us to have a disruption to the community cleanup. And so some community cleanups that were originally scheduled were canceled. Initially, there was thought to postpone and to reschedule. Unfortunately, the COVID took longer than what we had anticipated, and so they were canceled. But we will show you what's available, what's coming up. Commingled MSW, or municipal solid waste, with recyclables began to happen. In some communities where the MRFs were shut down, what ended up happening is those jurisdictions would then use their one truck that would pick up and collect the recyclables. That truck would then go and also pick up the trash and commingle. Both trucks would ultimately end up at one spot, the landfill, as opposed to a recycling center. So there was some commingling of MSW and recycling in the state due to COVID. Very quickly, we saw at the authority a tonnage decline. The tonnage decline that we saw was impactful to the order of a 20 to 30% decline. I think the highest number that we had before the board was a 28%, but just short of 30% decline. This tonnage reduction was mainly due to commercial and industrial tonnages not received. Opposite of that, we began to see an increase in residential tonnages. And so we saw increase in residential tonnages to residential. And so the residential stream began to come in quite largely. We saw a 40% increase in residential streams, and these are single trucks. These are residents in Merced County that are emptying out their garages, they're quarantined, they're at home, and they're cleaning out their bedrooms and things of that nature, and they're bringing them to the authority. And so what this led to was an increase of traffic. And so the authority began to see increased traffic. As COVID began to continue on, we then had those individuals who had children, they didn't have child care, they then needed to, around the state, stay home to take care of their child, or children rather. When they weren't at work, you saw then extra employees covering those employees that were not there. So overtime began to go up. If an employee, for example, at the authority was sick and they're an equipment operator, we then would possibly be paying a maintenance worker to work out of class then in that equipment operator spot. And so there's some additional compensation for that. So wage increases was a factor that an impact from COVID. Advocacy. So one of the things I wanted to share with you is that the Solid Waste Association of North America, SWANA, the CEO there, David Biederman, has been very active in trying to lobby FEMA and the federal government to have inclusion of solid waste and both public and private involved in some of the emergency orders that are there. And you'll see in the CARES Act funding, and this came out just recently, but you'll see S.3984, I put it there on the slide. This funding from the CARES Act allows for use of Paycheck Protection Program funds for waste and recycling collection services. And so SWAN is trying to get the word out to any public and private collection firms with solid waste activities to get into this legislation here. Next slide, please. Okay, so for the authority, this is a snapshot of both our annual expenses and of course, what the debt service is for the authority. For the annual expenses, our labor is $9 million, fleet is $1.5 million, post-closure funds, $1 million, and a bond payment of just over $2 million. That is the annual expense. So we rough estimate is about $13.5 million in annual expenses is what we have. The debt service on the authority, this is debt that we must pay back. We have first the municipal solid waste bond that is owed right now. $17.6 million is the remaining debt to that bond. And that's a bond, it's a 20-year bond that will be paid off in 2027. We also have post-closure debt that is required. So when you have a landfill, you have to have post-closure for when the landfill is capped and done. And so for Highway 59, we've got an estimate of $19.5 million in debt service for post-closure. And for Billy Wright, we have a $9.6 million for post-closure. So the total debt service is $46.7 million. Next slide, please. So this is the tonnages and the tonnage chart for June. And what you have before you is a 5-year period for the months of June. This would be June 2016 through June of 2020. The bottom orange graph is the tonnage for Billy Wright Landfill. You'll see that tonnage went from June of 2019, 13,647 tons in the month of June 2019 to 13,798 tons in the month of June 2020, representing a 1% increase in that June month. Highway 59 increased by 16%, and overall the authority increased by 11%. I'm happy to report to you that the month of July has seen similar increases and not declines. So we are back to the path of recovery in some ways at the landfill, which is good. Next slide, please. Okay, so here is the 2020 remaining community cleanup schedules. This here, the next community cleanup schedule that we have is September 19th at the Los Banos Fairgrounds. Now, I will tell you, these are planned, but I would asterisk these to say that there's a possibility that these may not happen if the COVID continues. So October 3rd, we're in Dos Palos. We're also at the Dos Palos Y. October 17th, we're in Atwater. October 17th, CCU in McSwain. October 24th, CCU in Livingston. And November 7th, we finish the year in Phenomenal. Next slide, please. So this here, now as I'm speaking to community cleanup and also this mattress recycle grant, I will tell you that Kyle Loretto is very active in community cleanup, but he is extremely active in this recycle grant, and the reason why we have this structure is really due to the efforts of Kyle. So, Kyle, thank you. So the mattress recycle grant that Kyle was able to obtain for us paid for the shade structure that you see there before you at the Billy Wright landfill, and now those mattresses that the public do bring in can be housed underneath that shade structure there. Next slide, please. So Billy Wright Scale Edition, we are really excited about this project. For many, many years, we have had a single scale that both the public enters and exits that single scale. So as you all, I'm sure, have been to that Billy Wright scale, you have had to wait for additional trucks or vehicles to come off of that scale before you enter. This scale project will remedy that and will add a second scale. And so we were hoping that the plans, right now we're reviewing the plans in spec, we're reviewing soil and electrical reports, and we were hoping that the RFP would be out last week. There's some conversation as of Monday that it should be out this week. But I'm going to tell you that August at the very latest, we're hoping we'll get this out here in a week or two. Next slide, please. So here is the plan in which you will see in the center there's east-west scale, both entering and exiting, and you'll see in the middle of that is our scale house. And so if you're familiar right now, really what's new is the north side of that scale house. That's where the new scale will go, and so you will have an entering and an exiting. So they would enter on the north side, they would exit on the south side, and that's the plan. We're very hopeful and can't wait to get this out to move forward. Next slide, please. So early on with Senate Bill 1383, there's going to be a measuring tool that's going to state that we in Los Banos and all those jurisdictions are going to have to divert plant-based material, organic food waste material, to an order per capita. And so with that in mind, we at the authority got a tip that this anaerobic digester was available at the Monterey Regional Waste Facility. And really what happened there, and this is it here, you see it before you on the screen, this anaerobic digester was used as a pilot study in Monterey, but they ended up going over capacity and ended up having to do a new facility. And so they have not been using this digester for almost 2 years. So it has been available, but really not advertised. And the way I got wind of it is that I know the general manager there at the facility, and I happened to be in his neighborhood for an event and began talking with him about it. And as we began to talk about it, I asked him if he would sell and if he would be interested in having somebody talk with me about this. And so I presented this to the board, the governing board. I asked that we have the ability to continue discussions. The board has approved those discussions. And so really this here is it's a good option that might enable us to serve the west side communities there at Billy Wright Landfill, namely the city of Los Banos. And so this anaerobic digester would be placed at Billy Wright. if approved by the governing board. And it has the ability to process commingled green waste and food waste materials together, including plastic bags and contaminated materials, which is really, really helpful as some of the residents and or the business owners are, as people throw away their food in plastic bags, this digester will be able to take on that. It can process up to 8,000 tons a year if there are no contaminants, no plastic bags, no other things, if the material is clean. And that's really where Monterey was going with this. They tried to maximize it before they outgrew it. The optimal processing occurs at the plant in a 3,000 to 4,000 tons a year. The footprint of what we would need to put this facility at Wright is we need about a half acre or 25,000 square feet. And once the governing board does actually approve the facility, they have not as of today, it would be able to be fully operational between 7 and 8 months, meaning that it would be in play before the Senate Bill 1383 takes effect. And so the next steps are to bring before the governing board a contract that would speak to the financial terms of what it would look like to lease or to own or to have this facility at our building right at landfill. Next slide.
I have a question, Mr. Mayor, before we move forward.
Yes, go ahead, Lewis.
Yes, you said this anatomic digester would process anywhere between 3 and 4 tons a year. How many tons would Los Banos be processing through this plant if we had it?
Excellent question. Excellent question. You're right in the weeds of this facility. So the 3,000 to 4,000 tons a year that the plant can process is the optimal tons. So it can process much more than that, but the optimal running tons is 3,000 to 4,000, up to 8,000 tons clean. Now, the West Side communities currently right now, we're in the order of 2,000 to 3,000 tons, which includes the city of Los Banos in green waste material. So right on the onset, it would be something that we need to take into to receive.
So would that mean other communities surrounding the Los Banos area, such as Dos Palos, Santanella, Gustine, if they were bringing processing over to Billy Wright, I guess is the tonnage, is it the charge based on the city's dumping or is it on individual dumping? And if it's individual, I would assume that people pay accordingly to what they bring in. I'm not quite sure how that works for generating the cost.
Mrs. Lewis, if I might, the only individuals that are recycling right now are the city of Los Banos, the city of Merced, and very few parts of the county. So
this has nothing to do with individuals bringing in recycling. It's only through our garbage company bringing in recycling that would be using this particular device.
Unless Eric could answer that if this includes drop-off too, but probably it's the citizens who generate, and it would be a flat cost. Go ahead, Eric. I'm sorry.
No, thank you. Excellent question. This would be at the discretion of the governing board. So when we brought the terms of the contract to say what it would be inclusive of financially at the tip fee and the rates, that is when that would be decided. But you're absolutely right. I mean, right now what we have and this is a green waste, food waste digester, but as we look at recycling, the public contract, we'll be talking about later, there is a fee that is per jurisdiction, and then there's a fee for the public or the neighboring recycling. Or rather, city residents do not receive the outside of that. So we would be looking at this. I would expect where there would be fees for either straight up, but again, the city government would prove what that would look like.
Okay, so as the mayor has indicated, the only two cities that are recycling right now are Los Banos and Merced. Merced is going to be using Highway 59 facility. We use Billy Wright. I would assume that you guys are going to be looking at doing, restructuring your charges immediately if you decide to do this, to bring the other cities on board to make them pay fees and not leave us hanging out there absorbing the costs for everybody else to have it free.
You are absolutely correct. And really what this came so early to us that when we have to make everybody play, if I can use those words, when everybody's got to participate, is going to be around January 1 of 2022, because that is when the SB 1383 law comes into play. And when that law comes into play, everybody's going to be looking for a place to take their green waste materials. Some of the work, and I'll talk about it in the next slide with HF&H that we're doing, is to provide options for each of the jurisdictions of what the authorities participate going to be for those jurisdictions. Some jurisdictions right now might have a better opportunity to do something away from the authority, and so we're having dialogues to see what that looks like right now. But you're absolutely right. A multi-million-dollar facility would require multiple jurisdictions to help cover the cost of it. This facility, we've been told that it is somewhere in the order of 700,000, 750,000. That's what we've been told, estimating to obtain it. And right now we're trying to get the terms of that contract before the board. We don't have it. I don't have it today, so that we can verify that and actually look at the performance to make sure that financially it is a sound decision before we take it to our board.
So if it turns out to be a sound decision, how soon are you looking to acquire it?
Right. So we are not the only ones looking at this facility, and so we would the latest that we would want to acquire it would be having it before January of 2022. The soonest would be any time before that, and so there's not a need per se to move on it very quickly. But as soon as we are given the information I plan to bring that to the board. They can have.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Next slide, please. Okay, so this is a map plan that I wanted to just show to all of you that these are the two site locations that we're looking to place that anaerobic digester. You'll see on the top right, that is the existing scale house now. And so power is there now, phone is there now. And so we're looking at the blue box as to be the closest to that. There's also a water source. That's the ideal location. I think they've got the terminology incorrect. The alternate is actually the ideal, and the proposed is actually the alternate. Sorry for that confusion. And then the red box is an alternate if we wanted to go that far west. Next slide, please. Okay, so now tip fee. I'm going to provide just a little bit of information of what the authority's tip fee is and how we got there. So the tip fee was initially established before Merced County went forward with a bond for a municipal solid waste bond. And so as they were looking at that, they were trying to cover, at that time, losses and a significant debt that they had to cover. So the bond was needed to help put in play what it would take for the jurisdictions to help cover the payments for a restructuring of the finances to the authority. So R3 was contracted at that time, R3 Consultants, and so I'll be using some verbiage out of their report for all of you. And this is the cover of that report. Next slide, please. Mm-hmm. So in the report, and as this relates to jurisdictions, and I'll show you our authorities' rates, we have to let you know that the county has a differential rate structure for general refuse delivered to landfills by the franchise and municipal haulers serving its member agencies. A differential rate is intended to account for differences in the cost to transport material from each member agency to the landfills. This is very key to the authority's existing rate structures. So what was taken into account at that time was a cost for transporting material. Differential rates do not apply to roll-off boxes or special fee items, and rates for materials other than that delivered by franchised or municipal haulers vary by material type and are the same at Billy Wright and Highway 59 landfills. The existing rates that you're about to see in the next slide are rates that have been in effect since July 1 of 2013. Next slide, please. So here's those rates. And what the study did was that each of the jurisdictions at that time took on I believe it was a 5% increase over a period of time in subsequent 5 years, at which they were going to help cover the debt payments for the municipal bond that was being acted upon by the jurisdictions. And so what you see is from July 1 of 2009, you have these varying dipping rates, and you can see that that was also back in August 1 of 06 is when the rates were what they were, and they had given time to the jurisdictions to implement those increases before the July 1 of 2009. And those increases went on for a period of 5 years up to July 1 of 2013, which at that time, those rates for the jurisdictions have remained and have stayed that way until today. There were no rate increases for these tip fees to the authority in the 2020-21 budget that the governing board approved.
Eric, may I stop you at this point?
Oh, please, yes.
Okay. So this is what R3 discovered. But to be very clear to the citizens and to the council, there is no MCAG policy that talks about a differential rate. Is that correct?
Correct, Mr. Mayor. There is not a policy document that expounds or even delineates the differential rate by the jurisdictions. I believe that may be something that either in 98 or in the 90s by the County of Merced might have been an undertaking, but I don't find a policy document now on it.
Okay. So let me make it perfectly clear that Eric has not been on board that long at MCAG, neither is Kyle or neither is Stacy. So I'm not directing any of my comments at the current administration. I'm very pleased to work with them, and they've worked well with me trying to straighten this out. But I think the council, in full disclosure, needs to know what's happening. And at council, if you look at the tipping fees, and let's go to 7/1/2013, you'll see that we are paying $40.21 per ton. And our neighbors in Gustine are paying $34.72, and Dos Palace $31.43, and Livingston, Atwater, and parts of the county in two different areas are paying different rates. So Los Banos is subsidizing the other ratepayers in other parts of the county because there's no incentive for them to get their hauling fee. MCAG does not pay a hauling fee. They only charge what it costs to tip the garbage and what it costs for them to process that garbage. The hauling fee is totally up to the city. And I could give you an example. The post office charges you so much to send a letter to Merced and charges you more to send a letter someplace else or a package, depending upon the distance. It's either more or less, depending upon how close you are to the person you're sending it to, the receiver. So, the zones. So, what we're doing is there's no incentive by the other agencies or other jurisdictions to get their hauling fee down when Los Banos is subsidizing the hauling fee for the other jurisdictions, at least on the west side, and Merced on the east side. So we're paying the equivalent of what Merced is paying, and we are twice the size, or Merced is twice the size we are. So the reason I brought this up is because Los Banos is not the cash register for the county. And this needs to be corrected. And as we can see, there is no policy in place by MCAG to say that there is a differential rate and why there is a differential rate. It only alludes to something that is verbally and was found out by HF&H when they did a little research. But there's nothing in concrete form that states why that happens. So we are basically subsidizing the hauling fee for other municipalities. And City Council, I am recommending that we take this further if needed, if this isn't corrected. So that's just my 2 cents on the tipping fee, and we'll talk about the flow chart later on when Eric gets to that. Eric, go on.
Mr. Mayor, before we move forward, I do have a question. Okay, so there's no policy, you say, in regards to the tipping fee. It kind of relates to the question I asked earlier, you know, when I was talking about this digester thing and the use of it. Why, do you know why these other cities aren't brought on board now to pay their tipping fees, or why the adjustment can't be made now? Is there some sort of contractual reason why we can't do this?
There's nothing.
So it's up to MCAG board by recommendation from staff to bring it forward to say, look, we need to correct this problem now to adjust the tipping fees. I don't know how you're going to, you know, how it needs to be done, if it's going to be based on population or what. But certainly, you know, we shouldn't be paying the same amount of money that the city of Merced is paying, and they're like, you know, double the size of Los Banos.
If I could just jump in here and maybe just provide a little bit of information, and I do value the comments that were made. You know, you have to look back when this was, you know, AB 939 was a diversion requirement in 1989 that said that you had to divert 50% of your recyclables, County of Merced wide, based on per capita, right? So you had to get that 50% diversion prior to the authority coming in and providing a contract for the public or any other hauler to come in and take away this material, transport it, and process it. Recyclable commodities made money. They made revenues. And so really what was happening was that you had prior to the authority being involved, these items were being transported over to the city of Fresno or to other places, and the transportation costs alone for the contract was valuable jurisdiction. So when the board at that time had decided to allow the authority to house those materials, that they would be a drop-off point at Billy Wright and Highway 59, with those materials were then deposited there, they would be transported then to the facility of a processor that was selected. The public was selected in 2015, and they immediately provided an income, a revenue source to those jurisdictions that initially were paying a lot of money to transport it out. And so what I would say to you is that
I really hate to pause you, but is there any way we could quiet someone's mic? I can barely hear what you're saying.
Mrs. Lewis, can you mute your microphone, please?
Appreciate it.
Okay, and I'm sorry. So what you ended up having was you had jurisdictions paying through the roof on transport costs to get their materials over to Fresno or to a neighboring town that had a processor. And the board asked the authority then to come in and participate such that the jurisdictions could then just take their material to the authority, and then we would load up these walking floor trucks of a contractor that would then take it to their processor. Republic was selected at that time. They're a very, very credible company. They're very, very valuable in the order processing. And to that end, they began to build a multi-million-dollar facility in Newbie Island to help process that, to gain the commodity revenues that all the jurisdictions were receiving. The difference and the change is that that commodity has now cost. It is no longer bringing in a revenue. And so that is really, I believe, made this variable tipping fee amongst all of jurisdictions now more of an issue than ever before, because those are costs realized as opposed to revenues. Now, the other thing I would say is that the city of Los Banos, when it comes in with its material, it is only paying for its material that it pays for that recycling commodity and that material. It is a pass-through cost only for the material collected from the city of Los Banos. And so, but that cost is hinged upon that tip fee. And as the mayor has stated, it's probably an item that needs to be revisited. But again, it would take the board to direct staff to revisit that before the authority.
Mr. Mayor?
So let me mention at this time that I have asked for a MCAG board member agenda item to be placed on the August agenda to request that MCAG look at that tipping fee. Now, if they refuse, then I will come back to the board and I will make my recommendations. But the tipping fee, Eric, is for for trash, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Sorry.
Okay. So everybody pays to dump trash, but not everyone pays to recycle. And Los Banos bought into the recycling, as did Merced in parts of the county, but you have Gustine, Dos Palos, Livingston, and Atwater that do not do recycling. So when we get to the flow chart portion of this, you're going to see another inadequacy, how Los Banos and Merced are again being penalized because of the rates that are going to go up. But I want Eric to explain that, and then I can talk a little bit later. But right now, the tipping fee is for regular garbage. And the tipping fee, again, we are subsidizing other cities. And they all pay a hauling fee, and everyone pays to do business. It's the cost of doing business. And there's no incentive for anyone to get their hauling fee down with their hauler if Los Banos and Merced are going to pick up the excess. That's just not right. So I don't know where this is going, other than if MCAG voluntarily wants to adjust this. But if they don't, this is an item I will be bringing back to our council for further direction. Again, we can't be the cash register of the county, and neither can Merced. Okay, Duran, did you have a question?
Mayor?
Mrs. Santos, I think she was first. Very good.
All right, my mic was off. Actually, no, I did not have a question. It was just about the mic at that time, but I think Stacy was trying to ask the question.
Okay. All right.
All right, answer a question.
All right. Stacy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think you covered a lot of what I was just wanting to kind of take a pause and say exactly what you did, that we got to make sure not to confuse when we talk about what folks are paying, that there really are two separate. When we look at the tip fees, we're talking about garbage, just your gray can that gets landfilled, and that's the tip fee structure. And as the mayor mentioned, that is an item at his request for discussion at the board on August 20th. That is a board decision. This is tied to our bond payments, so the amount of revenue that comes in to the authority through the tip fees, it will be the same. The structure of how that those fees are calculated or distributed across the member jurisdictions, that's a board decision. And as the mayor mentioned, and I appreciate it, not only predates us, but predates when MCAG an RWA managed regional waste. It was while it was still under the county. So it's a long-standing thing. And then the second part, when we talk about participation, and as the mayor mentioned, when we talk about recycling, that's where there's only a few jurisdictions that are contributing or that are currently participating. So I just want to make sure that those two streams are not that they aren't related in the way we're discussing, but that tip fees is for garbage tied to our bond debt. The recycling contract are the few jurisdictions that are participating and paying for that. And then to not further complicate it, but when we were talking about the anaerobic digester, we were talking about your green waste and the future of organics, which is that fee structure of what folks would pay hasn't even been determined yet. So I don't know if that muddied the water or cleared it, but I just wanted to contribute that.
No, it's a great comment, Stacy. Thank you for bringing that up. We need all the comments we can so our council completely understands what we're trying to accomplish here.
Mr. Mayor? If I may?
Mr. Faria?
Yeah, just noticing on the chart that we've always paid exactly the same as Merced. And I find that, I guess I find that interesting, if not confusing. But I'm sure they're going to be addressing it now in the future. We brought it to their attention, and I look forward to seeing it get worked on. Thanks.
So, Mr. Faria, what they're talking about in the trash, the tip fee, is the distance. The way they're trying to explain this is the distance away from the dump site. So in our case, it would be Billy Wright. So the distance from Los Banos to Billy Wright, and the distance from Dos Palos to Billy Wright, and the distance from Gustine to Billy Wright. So what they're saying is, because Dos Palos has to travel a longer distance, and Gustine may have to travel a longer distance, they're getting a break on the tip fee. And since we're the closest, we're picking up the transportation cost differential for those two cities, as is Merced. So, but there's no incentive for cities to negotiate a hauling fee which is cheaper when Los Banos and Merced and other cities are picking up the additional cost. So the cost of doing business is the cost of doing business. MCAG should have never gotten into a differential rate with the tipping fee, because it's none of their business to say that we're going to charge people a cheaper cost because they're further away from the dump site. And their only consideration and their only jurisdiction would be of what it costs to actually tip all the material. And that rate, since we are a JPA, a Joint Powers Authority, and we're all for one, supposedly, that should be the same for everyone. So if you dump a pound, it costs everyone this much. And I agree. Yes, thank you. And that's not what's happening. We are subsidizing other communities. And it should be whatever you dump is what you pay for. How you get it there is another matter. Thank you, Mr. Faria. Any other comments?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have a question.
Go ahead.
I understand that you're going to make a request to put this item on the agenda before MCAG. But my question is, and maybe things are handled differently, when we have items on our agenda, these are things that staff have researched and they bring forward to the council to make a decision. Why isn't this something that the staff is not researching and making the decision to bring it to the MCAG board so that it becomes a situation where it's fair?
Well, I am the representative, and thanks to Eric. Eric, this all came about because there was a presentation, and Eric flashed this rate or this tipping fee schedule on the screen, and I looked at it once, I looked at it twice, and saw that the different rates for different communities. Then I contacted Alex and talked to him. And so, since I am the representative of MCAG, it's going to go, and I'm going to request that they study this. If they refuse to, then I will come back to Alex, and then Alex will then prepare some kind of a staff report along with our city attorney for direction for our council. But I'm trying to handle this in the most prudent manner to see how we can fix this. So, and I brought this, and Eric and Stacy and Kyle all put this presentation together, and this was going to come up tonight, and I'm so glad that they did, because they're showing you the inadequacies of what the MCAG board needs to deal with.
And I appreciate that, Mr. Mayor, with them bringing forth the information. My question still remains is, why can't staff bring this forward to the board saying, we found these inadequacies and we recommend that, you know, they be corrected in this particular manner? That's all I'm saying. I guess I find it odd that board members have to bring things forward for staff to do a research to recommend, but if a discrepancy is found, it would seem more equitable to me that staff, you know, do the research and bring the recommendation saying, we found this, and we think it's only fair and equitable for all the cities to pay this particular amount, and then have the board vote on it. That's all I'm saying.
Well, I think
if I could, Mr. Mayor, if I could
do that. Who's speaking? Who'd like to speak?
Stacy, this is Stacy.
Go ahead, Stacy.
Thank you. And thank you for those comments, Councilmember Lewis. I think that the difference is that this rate structure, it's about whether or not you're characterizing it as a discrepancy. This is a board-approved rate structure that has been in place for, I don't even know, Eric, you can probably tell me, but more than a decade. That is part of, I mean, it's in our budget presentations annual. I mean, it's ingrained into how the authority is working. It wasn't a discrepancy that we came upon. Certainly, if there was a discrepancy in the calculations or the math, but this tip fee is actually based on a policy, or it was a decision of the board, and to change it is a decision of the board. And I think, you know, when an elected body endorses or implements any kind of a fee structure, there's an inherent value system there. And as while we weren't here when this conversation was happening, the history, as we've been able to uncover, was this consideration from at that time that there was some consideration of the jurisdictions being further away would have to be paying for higher transportation costs. Therefore, you know, so there was an underlying principle to this decision. And so now we're seeing that we're coming into a time that that the current body that we're having this conversation is no longer agreeing with those underlying principles. So I think the process is the way it should be at this point. You know, I just wanted to point out, and, you know, we're happy to have this discussion. It's just, it's for a policy or for a structure that has been a board approved process to be changed. It requires the leadership of bringing it to the board for discussion by a board member, which Director Valalta is doing. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I just wanted to make sure that, you know, in terms of it being a discrepancy, it would certainly be something we would want to correct immediately. But I think it's more of a pendulum swinging where the value system or the principles that were built into this decision so many years ago are just not ringing true to some folks today. And that's why this kind of policy change, I guess, discussion needs to happen. So that answers your question.
Okay, but part of my presentation was the fact that there is no policy in place from MCAG outlining why these tipping fees are what they are. And in that process, MCAG can only justify that these rates were approved but they can't tell us why they were in existence. And so now it's time to clarify that and to also note that the difference between MCAG governing what the hauling rates, and that's not part of their job to govern what a hauling rate is. Their job is only to govern what it's going to cost to tip at their landfills. So that was my point when I started thinking about this. MCAG has no business instituting hauling rates. That's not their business. So that's why, Council, I decided to put this on the MCAG agenda. If the board of directors then refuses to hear this item, then I will come back to you through Alex for direction.
Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Go ahead, Eric.
And Councilmember Lewis, I just so I could maybe speak to the staff. Staff, should possibly bring something in there, and I agree completely with what the executive director, Stacey said. With this is a board decision. I'm not taking away from that. This will be a board decision as we go forward. But I want to say that in the PowerPoint, we did reference the 2006 R3 consulting study. At that time, this is the information that you have seen in this PowerPoint. That is the closest of information that we can see of anybody referencing the. But again, on November 2nd of 2015, SES engineers had done a pro forma model to assess the restructuring of the bond payment that at that time took into account these rates at that time again. And so it wasn't that these rates were ever not looked at. I think it was just that they had already been in play and they continued to be in play as the subsequent research documents went forward. And in 2015, the report there was such that they were trying to find out how to, and that would have been at a time, I believe, where the interim, where Neil Bolton was the director of the authority at that time. He was a great man. I'm not sure all of you know him, but so the rate was used, and it is something that is displayed often. And when I had displayed it, as the mayor had spoken, I think it hadn't been shown in a while, and I thought it was knowledge based. And when I put it out there, I learned at that time that there were some concerns. So I hope that provides a little bit of background.
Well, thank you, Eric. I appreciate that, and I appreciate everything that MCAG has done, because I wouldn't be at this point without.
Any other questions before we go to the next slide? I think the next slide will.
Okay, City Council members or staff, is there any question on the?
Okay, next slide, please.
Wait a minute, Eric. City Council members, are there any more questions on tipping fee and the direction I'm taking at this time?
None from me.
Okay, Mrs. Santos?
I have some questions towards the end, Mayor, if that's okay.
That's fine. Thank you. Mr. Jones?
No, I'm good. It's, you guys kind of nailed it and you're in the right direction now.
Okay. Mrs. Lewis, any more questions on the tipping fee?
None, thank you.
Thank you, and I'm fine for now. Eric, go on to the next slide.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So the next slide deals with flow control. And so this you will see references the three jurisdictions that do participate in flows or do not participate in flows, rather. The gray area is for trash or garbage. The blue columns are for recycled material, and the green columns are the plant-based or the green waste material. You have residential collections on the left and commercial collections on the right. And so what I tried to do was take a look at the jurisdictions and who was participating in the authority's contract, both with recycle and with trash. Now, for garbage, please note that all jurisdictions participate in the authority's trash deposits, and all jurisdictions are contributing to the bond payments as agreed to. So please note that. So the gray on both commercial and residential is sound and makes up the majority of the bond payment, if not entirely of the bond payment. For recycle, these are the blue columns. What we have is we have some jurisdictions that do not have a program for one reason or another. For residential recycle, this would be accounted to a blue recycle bin in front of their residential customers. As we began to account for who was not participating in the authority's contract when we went out with our RFP, this was why that jurisdiction may not be participating in that contract. And so we also then look at, and let me back up, for residential recycle, that would be Assembly Bill 939 that tells you that you have to have a blue bin program. That was in 1989 that program was in place. So as we look at recycle then for commercial collections, this would be the right side of your spreadsheet. Here we then see those jurisdictions that have a program and those jurisdictions who do not. And in those, for the commercial recycle, this is where you would see AB 341, Assembly Bill 341, which is the mandatory commercial recycling law that took effect in 2010, I believe. I know Kyle probably has that better, and Colin probably has that better than I do. But so then we look at green waste. And if you go to the left on residential, the green waste collection is something that helps with your reversion rates. And so most residential jurisdictions that do collections will use that green waste to garner their AB 939 diversion away from a landfill. So the green waste containers have been used to satisfy 939 requirements in the past. But you'll see there are some jurisdictions that are participating in the authority's contract and others that are not. And so the ones that are not, you'll see those in the yellow highlight. These are the three jurisdictions that is a question for me, really, to find out if they need to participate going forward or if they need not to participate going forward. As we look onto the right side of the sheet, the commercial collections for green waste, this now is the 1826 law, where you have commercial businesses that need to divert food waste material. And so there is a component requirement to have a program, but not all jurisdictions participate. So this is our flow control. I inherited this flow control. I will tell you that I plan to go to the technical review board this month. So your city manager will be informed at that time of an item that I plan to bring to the board with their blessing that speaks to this. And so we plan to tackle this. And really the question is going to be, do we continue to process the material flows, the three streams, the trash, the recycle, and the plant-based or green waste material, as we have been? And if so, we need some policy to give us direction on doing that. Or do we tell all of the jurisdictions, you must participate in the authority's processes of these material flows? And I would tell you the latter is very, very difficult for a jurisdiction. Many of these will require a Prop 218 election to force those types of actions. But what we want to do is get to a place where when we get to Senate Bill 1383 and every jurisdiction has to divert organic material, we want to garner a larger share of that material such that when we go out with an RFP, we have a guarantee of all of the jurisdiction material to satisfy maybe a lesser rate, to leverage our material to a lesser rate, if you will. So this spreadsheet identifies for you what jurisdictions are currently participating in trash, which all of them are, in recycle and green waste, both for residential and commercial. I know there's other slides, but I'd be happy to answer any questions on this.
Eric, Mayor, this is Kyle. I just want to make it clear that on the green waste where it says no for testing in Livingston, those flows are not coming to our facilities, but they are going to the Jilton facility. So I just want to make it clear that they do have those services in those communities, they just are flowing to our facilities.
Okay, Eric, are you going to talk about the 2-year extension in this segment, or is that a separate discussion?
Right, so Kyle has a separate PowerPoint for that.
Okay, so council,
Mayor, can I ask a question?
yes, go ahead.
So, and I'll probably be asking similar questions at the TRD meeting. So, if Los Banos today wanted to divert green waste to a different processing facility, could we do that?
Alex, that is the question. Right, we have right now the ability to take in green waste at Billy Wright and create compost out of it. We do that now. And so we would like to be the receiver of that material, but we don't have a permit for food waste. And so now the state doesn't require you to divert residential food waste, but they do require you to divert commercial food waste. So it becomes more of a discussion on what is it that you need to divert, and then how do we participate in that. And so what I believe, Alex, before you is going to be a staff report that really seeks to resolve that question.
Well, so, I mean, just to follow up on that and not to press the issue, but Gustine and Livingston are diverting their green waste to a different processor now. Why wouldn't we be able to do that now as well?
Yeah. Eric, if I could. Thanks, Alex. That's a good question. And quite frankly, that's exactly why we're proactively taking a flow control item to the board this month. So those arrangements are historical arrangements that exist. And when asked this question, or when we were kind of talking about this potential, we looked at our guidance documents, we looked at the history, we looked at how these decisions had happened in the past. And one of the things I wanted to do immediately was to go to the board and say, we really need your direction here on, do you want us to develop a policy that will institutionalize this as an option, and we can set up, just kind of manage the expectation of what that looks like? Is this something that all jurisdictions have the opportunity to do or not? And again, these were kind of legacy decisions that existed before we came on. And this process has highlighted the fact that a policy doesn't give us any direction. And quite frankly, my goal here is to have the board at the end of the month in August say either everyone can do this or no one can do this. So because right now I can't answer that question. I can tell you some jurisdictions are doing it. They're longstanding, arrangements, and there's no formal policy to say that they can or they can't. But the JPA. The JPA discusses flow control for all 3 streams. And when I say the green bin now, I'm talking about as it exists. I think your green can, your residential green can, or whatever it is that you're talking about, that the flow control exists for those 3 streams of garbage to have to come to us. So this was something, kind of in the spirit of what Councilmember Lewis had asked about earlier. Once we started in this conversation and realized there's no institutional framework, there's no board policy, there's nothing governing this decision-making progress, and it needs to go to the board. So we put it on for August. If you asked me to right now, I would say, can you give me to August 20th? Because that's when we're going to go to the board and say, we either need to enforce, the flow control on all streams, or you need to direct us to develop a policy to allow these kinds of out-of-county arrangements for everything except for anything leading, with the exception of your actual garbage. The gray can garbage landfill waste we have to maintain the flow control from all jurisdictions for that stream because of the bond. So I hope that answers your question. And I'm sorry if you hear any residual noise. It's like past dinner time, and I've got a 6-year-old and a 3-year-old that understand mom's working, but not understand working in mom's bedroom. So
That's totally understandable. But yeah, thank you, Stacy, for that response. Appreciate it.
So, Alex, if I might, and council, again, let me give you the history of how this happened. And a few months ago, a presentation was given to all the MCAG board of directors. and they were talking about the additional costs for a 2-year extension on recyclables, of which Kyle's going to cover soon. And in that presentation, what caught me right away is that it may be up to $520,000 additional for the city of Los Banos to process their recyclables over 2 years. And Merced is almost $600,000. And so we can get to that later on of why the cost is so near each other with the city, again, that's twice the size as we are. But so I started asking some questions. Do we have to send our recyclables to MCAG? And then discovered that the city of Gustine, the city of Livingston, and parts of the county do not send their recyclables or green waste to the landfills in either the east side or the west side. So that begs the question, was there a policy that says that they were allowed to leave the JPA? And as Stacy mentioned, again, there is no policy that said that they were allowed to leave the JPA. They just did this on their own. So now I'm asking the question, Alex is asking the question, can we do it cheaper? Instead of this 2-year extension with Republic Services, can we send our recyclables someplace else? Or is there a way for the city of Los Banos to lessen the burden of the $260,000 a year additional for the next 2 years? Now, bear in mind that the city of Merced will be paying an additional fee, the city of Los Banos, and a small part of Merced County. Everyone else will not have their rates go up because they are not recycling. So again, Los Banos becomes the cash register. And I just cannot let this slide. And I've been numerous conversations with Alex, and this presentation, I asked Eric and Stacy and Kyle to bring all this information forward tonight so we can get this all out in the open, and then the direction, if MCAG doesn't deal with this, can come from our council. So then it begs the question, can we do it better? Can we do it cheaper? And Mark has already indicated to me Mark Fachin has indicated to me that is a possibility. Maybe there's a way through Republic Services to lessen the cost of what this 2-year extension is going to be. Basically, through the reason the cost of Merced is about $294,000 a year for their additional recyclables, and ours is $260,000, which is a difference of $34,000 a year for a city that's twice our size. Well, basically, we're producing more recyclables of a lower grade, and Merced is producing recyclables at a higher grade. So what does that mean for the city of Los Banos? Can we reduce the amount of recyclables that we are putting forth and only put forth better recyclables and get the costs down? Or can we have like community recycle bins where we don't have a can? Is there a way to get that cost down by staying with Republic? But the flow control policy will tell us what the MCAG board is thinking. So the MCAG board has a difficult task because I guess they could say, Los Banos, you're stuck with us and everybody else can do what they want, which I don't think they're going to do. And, or they could say everybody has to recycle through the JPA, of which will cause problems for Gustine, Livingston, and parts of the county who have long-standing contracts with Jilton at this time. So we should be given the freedom to do what we want, as any other jurisdiction, because there is no flow control policy, and you can't mandate that one city do something when you're not mandating that another city doesn't do it. So I hope I've explained that somewhat as to why this has become a question in my mind. And again, after the MCAG meeting, as Stacy said, that they are dealing with this the best they can through MCAG administration. And then it will go to the board of directors and we'll see what they say. And then based on the board of directors' decision, then it comes back to Alex and then we give information to the council to deal with this. Hopefully it will be dealt with in a fair manner. I hope I explained that somewhat. Go ahead, Kyle. I'm sorry, Eric.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would just if I can, state that the recycle is a pass-through cost. The green waste, there is some money made on the byproduct, the end product, compost, but it's not too great. The garbage, the trash, is the big ticket for the authority to pay the municipal bond payment. So I just want to make that clear. Before we go to the next slide, any questions?
Okay, so basically, if any policy is going to be policy enacted, the only one that pays for the MCAG refuse site is the fee for the garbage, of which all municipalities participate in. The bond itself has nothing to do with recyclables. Is that correct?
That is not correct. There was a time that recyclables and the commodity market made revenues. And so there was a time that those revenues could have been realized by the authority for whatever reason that was not taken hold to, that was not acted upon. And if I could, the Jilton opportunity where they were taking the green waste material, back in the 90s when you had to satisfy the Integrated Waste Management Board with AB 939, Jilton took in all of that green waste material and provided a large diversion credit for the county of Merced entirely. So their cost system was a favorable option for the county of Merced. And in turn, the residual material that they produced, they would have had to bring back to the authority and landfill at our authority. And in turn, they would pay for it even though they wouldn't bring it. So we increased airspace and made revenue. So I understand the past that the system that was in play worked for everyone. Those jurisdictions that were doing it their own were reaping benefits and revenues by their recyclable materials that they were gaining off of the revenue reimbursement portion of the contract with Republic, and the diversion credits given with Jilton were helping us maintain the diversion percentage for the county of Merced with the green waste that was diverted. Now the shift, we're going out of the 90s, and since 2010, we're now looking at program implementation. So now it's individual jurisdictions, and I know I've got, I think, one more slide to go that might speak to that, and if I could,
But one question, for the purpose of the bond payment, it only deals with trash.
That is the case today, yes.
Okay, that's what I wanted to make clear. For the purpose of the bond payment, it only refers to the trash. Has nothing to do with the recyclables. I'm sorry, go ahead.
Well, yeah, and let's be clear, the JPA document basically states that all three streams, trash, recyclable, and plant material streams, are going to facilitate payments for the bond. Those flows help make payments for the bond. Historically, Mr. Mayor, to your point, yes, it has only been the trash that has brought in the tip fee to help cover that bond payment.
Thank you.
The other streams have been passed.
Okay, thank you.
So Senate Bill 1383, this is just want to give you all an update to this because this law takes effect at the bottom of the bullets. You see there January 1 of 2022. that's when enforcement begins. So just to give you an update of some of the work that staff has been doing, on August 10th, the authority is meeting with HF&H to discuss action plan for what the authority's participation is going to be or could look like to assist the jurisdictions in complying with this law. On that same week, between August 10th and the 15th, your staff should be looking for a meeting invite to meet with HF&H and the authority to discuss your participation, what Los Banos is going to be doing, what their action plans are going to be. Those will be developed. And what's going to happen is HF&H is going to bring those plans from the jurisdiction meetings and the authority meetings. It's very important that the city of Los Banos and all the jurisdictions participate. They're going to bring them to the technical review board. And I know I see August 12th, and I will tell you that August 12th will not be there, Alex. We will not have a technical review board workshop on August 12th. We will have an update, but it won't be in August. Unfortunately, HF&H staff had some problems with meeting the August dates. What they will be looking at is the month of September. So September 9th, they'll be presenting before the technical review board. So on September 9th, HF&H will present before the technical review board a summary of all of the jurisdictions' participation for Senate Bill 1383, and then their action plans together with the authority's action plan on what our part will be. They will first present to the technical review board in September, and then they plan to take those directions from the technical review board of what the plan should look like, what the participation should look like, and then they will come back to the technical review board in October. And so the bullet point here where it says, Mr. Mayor, September 17 governing board, that will not happen. I apologize if that's in the slide. What we discussed as of late with HF&H is that they'll do one meeting in September with the technical review board. Then in October, they're going to do a meeting with the technical review board. And then in October, bring it to the governing board based upon any changes that they need to make from September to October. So sorry for that confusion. And then January 1 of 2022 is when the enforcement begins. And so the authority wants to be in a position to be able to assist the city of Los Banos in complying with Senate Bill 1383. Any questions on Senate Bill 1383?
Yes, so I would make a recommendation to the council, because this will be for the next mayor, that the city council not sign off on any agreement to commit to process in January 22 unless, number one, all the entities sign off on this agreement. Because it in the back of my mind, I'm thinking with COVID-19, this start date could be delayed, maybe another 2 years. So my best information and my best advice to the council would be that unless everyone starts this additional plant-based recycling, or I had it right down here, or organic recycling, only take place if everyone else is doing it. Because we got caught in this before, where we signed on for the recycling and very few others did. So we made up the diversion rate for the county along with Merced and maybe Foster Farms, and so we got caught up in this. It's cost the city a lot of money. I mean, I'm not against recycling, but what I am against is the fact that cities who are not recycling right now are not incurring the costs that we have to incur because of it. And this is a JPA, Joint Powers Authority. We all need to be on the same page. So, council, that would be my recommendation for later on, that we do not commit to any further recycling unless everyone is going to commit to this 2022 start date. Thank you.
Okay, next slide, please. Any questions? Okay, hearing none. Oh, I'm sorry.
Actually, I may jump in there really quick because I was few past. I wanted to wait towards the end. Oh, sorry. So the anaerobic machine, it would use essentially the items that come out of it would be for reuse in like composting and I guess what other uses would it be for? So that I guess would those, I suppose what I'm asking is that would those items on the back end be sold out to other people and other farmers and whatnot? Or
That is correct. There is a byproduct of compost that is made, very high nutrient-rich compost, especially given with food waste material. And in Monterey, it's sought after very heavily. And so that would be the byproduct, and then the authority would then sell that byproduct at a cost that would then offset the cost to that facility.
okay, so essentially once the facility is paid for it and everything, that money would just go right back in to help pay for all that, correct? Okay. Okay, thank you. And then also the Gilson facility, is that, I was looking up a little bit, is that the one in Turlock, or where exactly is for Gustine and the other city? What exactly, where is the Gilson facility at?
I believe it is Turlock. Kyle, can you confirm that?
Yes, it's either Turlock or Modesto. I'm not sure which one they're currently using for that facility.
Okay, thank you. I was just looking at it on the map. And I guess that's all I have for right now. Thank you. Very simple questions.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Faria, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. I'm pleased to see us pursuing this track. Also, pleased to see us acquiring that composting machine. Thank you.
Okay. Mrs. Santos, you spoke. Any other comments?
Currently, no. There were a lot of questions. Oh, sorry, Deborah, didn't mean to hop on there. Currently, no other questions. A few of them were answered already, so thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Jones, any questions?
No questions.
Thank you. Mrs. Lewis, any additional questions?
Yes, I'd like to go way back at the beginning of the presentation when you were talking about the community cleanup, that it may be canceled because of COVID. Would there be any other way of facilitating this cleanup since the funds are already there and allocated to do that? Is there a possibility that there could be curbside at residents where those products could be left and picked up at the curbside?
Eric, if you don't mind.
Please.
Fine. Yes, ma'am. The community cleanups are set up and funded by the cities and their haulers. And so if the cancellation is made, it will not be done by the RWA. It would be a decision made by the city and the hauler. And so any other arrangements made to schedule those or set up another system to clean that up would be something done by the city and the hauler.
All right, thank you very much.
Mark, Mr. Mayor, I think, Mark, were you going to jump in, if we might, Mr. Mayor? Councilmember Lewis?
Go ahead.
Sorry to jump in. We're working with our hauler Republic and still trying to put on that event. We have not canceled that event at this time. We think it can be done with social distancing, and we're just now we're talking to Republic about continuing that event and advertising it out with the correct COVID-19 warnings. So at this point, it has not been canceled, and we're hoping it doesn't, and we're working with our hauler now to still do it. So that's just happened today.
Okay. Any other questions? Staff comments? Okay, I'll kick it back to you guys. Eric and Kyle and Stacy, anything else?
Yes, so that concludes my update. Now I'd like to turn it over to Kyle, who will give a presentation or a workshop on transport and processing. Kyle?
Yes, Mayor and Council, thank you for having us here today, and it's good to see you all. I've been in front of you in quite some time.
Yeah, this presentation was a workshop that I gave to the TRB and the General Board back in July. So I just want to kind of go through this and let you know. And this is about the proposal that was provided to the RWA to extend the current transportation and processing recycling materials agreement with Republic for 2 years. And we'll go over kind of the history, and if you go to the next slide, kind of talk about. We're going to discuss the 2-year extension, history of the agreement, background of recycling markets, current contract revenue and cost, the proposed amendment revenue and cost, and some of the unsolicited proposals that we did receive to provide the service to the RWA. Next, please. So here's our timeline. And so this contract was signed back in August of 2015 with Republic Services. And in 2018, China decided that they needed to clean up their country. And in doing so, they instituted China Sword, also referred to as Blue Sky. And what that did is they stopped buying the trash from around the world. Much of the recycling material from the U.S. to Europe and all over the world was being bought up by companies in China to be processed and used. With that came all the residual trash that was in there. Along with that, the China decided to clean up its factories. And so in 2018, they closed a lot of their factories. They stopped the import of recycled materials. And in doing so, that impacted the U.S. recycling industry. Many small recycling facilities and medium-sized and even large facilities were impacted to the point where they closed. They were no longer able to compete in markets, compete in the world, and had to close down their facilities. So in December 2018, Republic Services came to the RWA, along with many of its contracts across the country, and asked to help with what financial damage was being done to the recycling industry to help cover the costs of recycled material, and asked for an amendment to the contract. HF&H was asked to look at that proposal, and in June of 2019, they presented to the board and recommended at that point not to extend the contract or to amend the contract and to wait it out to see if things would get better or to see if there would be a better contract available at the end of the period. In January of 2022, RWA hosted jurisdictional meetings regarding 1383. And so we started talking with the jurisdictions about the new laws that were coming into place. The fact that organics was going to be required, in doing so would force all communities to start recycling their material, as paper and cardboard are considered organic materials and had to be diverted from landfills. So in doing so, the state was forcing everyone to do some type of recycling program. In March of this year, we started receiving some unsolicited bids. We had several different processors contact us and give us a bid on what it would cost for them to do our recycling based off our 2019 numbers. And we'll go over that, and I'll show you what those bids look like. But suffice to say that Republic at the time has a bid was recommendation was to extend with Republic Services. So again, in May, we talked to the cities that participate, let them know what our recommendations were. And in June, the board authorized us to send a letter to Republic asking them to extend the contract. And Republic responded with a letter saying they'd be willing to respond with the amendments that they originally offered to the RWA in 2018. Again, we met with the jurisdictions, let them know what that would look like, what the costs would, estimates would look like to them. And then we brought those to the board, and our contract with the Republic does expire at the end of August. And so we were trying to get something in place for the jurisdictions to participate in recycling, hopefully before the end of August. And again, in 2022, SB 1383 does become
law and is something that is going to require everyone to recycle. And at that point, we believe all jurisdictions should have some type of recycling program in place. So next. So our contract that we have with Republic, it started in 2015. And in the beginning of the contract, the recycling markets were doing very well. Commodities were being sold to China mostly, and there was some value in the material. And as you can see through here, each jurisdiction that participated was seeing some type of revenue. Now these revenues were placed against the counties or the jurisdictions' current debts to the RWA for other services that were being provided. So this was a revenue that wasn't actually seen by the city, but it was a revenue that was placed against debts to the city. And there was funds, revenues all the way to 2018. And that's when China sword occurred. And you see in 2017, markets were extremely well. And the city of Los Banos had a credit of $112,000 to their account. Those credits did go down in 2018 to the point where 2019, the markets got so low where it actually was a cost for recycling services. But if we continue on down through there, we will see that through those 4 years, Los Banos realized a $149,000 credit to their account. And with 2020, we expect over the full length of the contract that the city of Los Banos and all jurisdictions will have realized some type of revenue, positive revenue to their accounts with the RWA. Next. So the proposed amendment is going to add a recycling processing rate of $103.86. And I'll show you how that changes compared to what our current contract has. They're also going to switch from a gross revenue share to more of a net revenue offsetting any recycled materials. And it's going to eliminate the contractor's requirement to conduct a material composition studies, although the RWA can request that to be done if we feel that it is needed at any time. Next, please. So here's the current calculation model. And just so you know, I do have Colin Wallace here from Republic Services. So if there's any questions about numbers or how calculations are done later, Colin's here to help kind of walk us through any of those. But you can see this is some numbers that I pulled from 2019. So in this month, there was 497.64 tons of recyclable materials that were hauled. That had a scrap value of $23.05 and a CRV value of $68.25 for a total value of $91.30 per ton. There was a base revenue share, and so that was Republic's share. So they would take $60.49 of that. And that was a set revenue that was for the year with a CPI every April. So the increase would happen in April for that, roughly about 2% or so. Our revenue share, or the jurisdiction's revenue share, or the remaining was $30.81 after Republic took their base revenue. So the jurisdiction got 60% of that. So there was $18.49 of every ton would come back to the jurisdiction. Transportation cost was calculated out. For this month, it was a little high based off our set rate, and it was $49.84 a ton. And our residual. So after they cleaned out all the recycling, any trash that was left over, they would weigh what was left, and the jurisdiction would receive $31.57 per ton of that residual for that residual material. So as we go down, total commodities sold was 420. So there was about 70 tons of material that could not be sold. And 55 tons of that was residual. And as we had a discussion yesterday with Supervisor Silviera, the difference there is water weight. So some materials have water in it. Say someone's left some water in their water bottles. Some of the glass is broken, shattered. So there is a little bit of loss of materials that can't be sold or even thrown away because it's lost somewhere in the process. So we look down there. The net revenue from sale of materials was $7,000. Transportation would have cost $24,000, and there was a reimbursement of almost $1,700. And so the net due to the authority was a negative $15,286. So the jurisdiction for this month would have been charged the $15,000 for their recycling services. We go to the next slide. So this is the change in the proposal. So this would be the exact same month. We took that as the exact same weights, and the materials were sold at the exact same cost. With a new calculation, this is how it would look. So there's a scrap value the same, a CRV value the same, total revenue the same. But instead of Republic taking the $60, they would take the $103.86. The revenue base value would then be a negative $10.56. The transportation cost would be the same. The residual reimbursement would be the same. And so as you see there, there is no share for the jurisdiction at this point. That's where instead of being gross, it will come out net later on. So the tons are the same, transported, processed, residual, those are all the same. So when you calculate out the totals from there, the net revenue sale of material was $38,368. The processing cost would have been $51,000, with the transportation again being the same. And so the net processing position at this point would be $38,116.56. Now, if this was a positive number, the jurisdiction would receive 60% of this. And so since this is a negative, there is no rebate to the city. The reimbursement would come back in at $1,700. So the total cost to the city or the jurisdiction at this point would be $36,371.37. So that's the two calculations, the way it used to be, or it's being done currently, and a proposed calculation model. So the next slide, please. So here's a comparison of prices. And so the current model for 2019, this is what each community paid. There was City of Los Banos, as you can see, had 3,700 tons of material, and there was a cost of $78,621, with an average of about $20.83 per ton. With the proposed amendment, with the exact same number of tons, the authority, the cost would be $250,524.88, with an average cost of $66.39 per ton. So the difference for the city of Los Banos would be an increase of $171,903.48, and an average monthly cost of about $45,000, or excuse me, $45. All right, next, please. So there was some discussion of some of the different cities and whether they participate or not. And so what we did is we calculated out, taking the amount of tonnage of material they throw away or dispose of at the landfill, what the percentage of diversion is for the various communities, to kind of calculate how much, if they were to recycle, how much recycled material they would produce. And so we have that there with Atwater, Dos Palos, adding in their material. And so for them this year, they would have each paid $3,000 to $5,000 for their service of their material. And if they were to add on to the next year with the new, you would see it was about $54,000 and $83,000. But if you also notice between this slide and the previous slide, the city of Los Banos, the county of Merced, and the city of Merced, costs do not change with the other cities involved. So what this shows is that no matter who participates or how many jurisdictions participate, each community is going to pay the exact same amount for the material that they produce. So there is no scale for more material for different communities. Adding communities, if we add, we can add every community and add multiple other counties to this contract it still wouldn't affect what each community pays. They pay for what the services they are being provided for and the tonnages that they use. Next slide, please. So I mentioned that we had some unsolicited proposals. We had 3 other proposals. One of the proposals had a tipping cost of $469,000 a year. There were some adjustments based off some rebates and fees that they had involved. That was an extra $71,000 for those. Transportation to this facility was $668,000. So the annual cost was $1.2 million. The second proposal we received was a little bit higher tipping cost, $634,000, but there were no revenues or fees included. It was a little cheaper at $445,900 to transport to them, and so they were just over $1 million a year for those services. Proposal 3 was a much higher tipping cost, but they also included, say, revenue sharing, similar to Republic Services. So there was about a little over $900,000 revenue that the jurisdictions would see. But again, the transportation was about $500,000. So totally, it was about $1.5 million for this proposal. And then you see Republic. We came up with about $1.2 million for the tipping fee. With the reimbursements to the jurisdictions, it was about $950,000. The transportation was $460,000. And you see that the estimate for for the next 12 months of the contract would be about $729,964. So looking at these costs, and again, we didn't go out to RFP. We were contacted by these different processors that they can see our contracts are coming to an end, and they reached out to us and said, "Hey, we'd be willing to do your recycling. Here's our costs." We ran those with our numbers from 2019, same as we did with Republic, and these are the numbers we came back with. And so, looking at those costs, you can see why we recommended to the RWA board to renew the contract with Public Services.
I have a question.
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a reason why you haven't named the other 3 proposals? Who the companies are?
I didn't. It was just for their, and I know in business some folks do not like to share their bids and what.
If I can jump in here, yeah. If I can jump in here. Sorry, Kyle. On unsolicited bids, this is not a formal procurement. This was really something, and really we got through this because of the city of Los Banos. We owe a lot of credit to the city of Los Banos. We initially were being asked by these individuals, hey, are you going to take food waste at the authority? And as we were in those conversations with those potential bidders that I believe several of these did on your contract, we then asked the question, what could you do based upon what we have with our services? And so it's really, it's the unsolicited bid that we would put out.
Any other questions?
That was it. I just needed to know why you have 4 proposals and only 1 named. And I needed to find out why the others weren't named.
They just weren't, it wasn't an official RFP. We were just reached out to by these organizations. And like I said, knowing, coming from business, I know you don't always want your competitors to know what you're bidding and what your business models are set up as. So just for that reason, I just didn't list them on here.
I have a question, if you don't mind. It's actually on a couple of pages back. It shows the collections amounts for Merced and then the collection amounts for Los Banos. We had about 3,700. Merced had about 5,200 tons. And I was just wondering why. I guess I'm asking that there's a lot collected from Los Banos when Merced is twice as big and it's not as much collected. What is the reason behind that?
Well, I mean, as you know, I used to work for Republic. I would say because I did a great job for doing the recycling there. But I honestly, I can't tell you why. We just know the material that comes into our facility, it gets weighed. City of Merced produces, so much weight in their recycled material. City of Los Banos does theirs. I don't know if the recycling there is more recycling being done, a better education system being done. I'm not familiar enough with both to say one is better than the other or how it's being done. Those are just the weights of material that we get in, and I honestly really couldn't explain to you why they are so close. It does, it is curious why that happens, but again, I really couldn't explain to you why those are different. Yeah, sure.
Well, for the amount of money that we're paying and the differential between Merced and Los Banos, I think we should know that. And how can we proportionately get our recycling down and not just pay through the nose? On one slide, you talked about at MCAG, you would put up a number of about $260,000 for Los Banos and $294,000 for the city of Merced. Have you revised your estimates to $171,000?
I don't believe so. If we could go back to, I think it's about 3 slides where those comparisons are. One more forward. One more. This one, sir. So here it's got City of Los Banos at $250,000 and the City of Merced at $294,000.
Okay.
And that's for the 1 year.
Okay, that's for the 1 year. So our costs are going to go up $250,000 in 1 year.
171,903.
What? Well, it's 250.
As opposed to the 78,000. So the difference between the 2019 and the current model and the proposed model is about $171,000 difference, as it says there at the bottom of the slide.
Okay. All right. So that's 171,000 additional for 2 years?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And Merced again is what? What's their differential?
Their difference is 205,000.
205,000. Okay. So, all right. So again, the city twice our size, and the spread is $34,000.
Yeah.
And that's where I think Mrs. Santos's question is, what can we do to get ours down proportionally? And that's why Mark Fachin was working on a proposal, and that's where the flow control comes into effect, to where if we have to send our recyclables to our current person who's doing our recycling, or can we go out on our own as other people have done and save some money?
Well, sir, as the diversion program manager for Merced County, my goal would be to get the city of Merced to increase their recycling rather than you to decrease your recycling. With the requirements by the state for diversion of organic material, with 1383, with 341, and all the other requirements by the state to recycling, and my guess is there's going to be more as we go forward. Reducing the amount of recycling your community is doing is not the direction we want to look at. We want to look at getting the other jurisdictions to recycle more and to recycle better. I know that's not the answer you want financially for your community, but it is a reality in what I'm looking for and the state's looking for in recycling.
And with me, it's all about the dollar. And sure, I want to save our planet, but I have to get the best costs that I can for our community. And so I think we need to know, as to some research as to why this is done, and that can our public works director without decreasing the recycling, do it better and cheaper someplace else. That's what I'm getting.
Mr. Mayor, I might just provide a little color on why that price difference is there. If you could go back to one slide, please. So you really have two revenue streams coming out of the commodity values, right? You have the scrap value of the commodity, and then you have the CRV value. The scrap value was completely decimated by China sword back in 2018. This number, I would say on average over the last few years prior to China sword for the city of Los Banos, was probably somewhere between 100 to 150 on a given month. And that was mainly due because of the city of Los Banos has a high degree of fiber in their recycling. So that's cardboard, paper, mixed paper, newspapers, and those commodity values were extremely valuable when China was accepting them. China's sword happened and that plummeted. And this number was impacted, the scrap value per ton number was impacted tremendously. The CRV number is a pretty stable number because that CRV number is every time we put a deposit in for a can, you go and buy a soda, it's 5 cents. They capture that money and they reimburse everyone back for that. In Los Banos, your percentage of CRV material to the other material is relatively small compared to Merced City and the county. Now, in my mind, you guys are doing a great job recycling. You are recycling more, and you also are probably recycling more at home, which means you're collecting your own CRV material and taking it in as opposed to throwing it in with mixed recycling. So your residents are getting the benefit of that money back directly in their pockets. But unfortunately, with China's sword this hit, that created that spread right there and impacted you guys as residents. It impacted your residents and your businesses hard. And it's unfortunate it's happened across the country. The places that are recycling the best are the ones that are hardest hit by China's sword. And I understand, this downturn in the market resulted in a rate increase that had a big impact on the city, and trust me, it's also had a big impact on Republic and the entire recycling industry. But I do need to mention that I think Republic has a solution that's in another context, but it's going to address the issue that the city is concerned about. And we have submitted a letter to the city staff outlining our suggested solution. And I'd be happy to go into this topic more, but it's probably more appropriate at a later time, and I'll probably defer to staff on this.
Okay, but that thank you. It's all well and good, but it's when this contract comes up for approval at the August meeting, it's not something that I can approve or buy into until I see or the staff sees exactly what you're talking about, because that will reflect my vote on the flow control as to whether we divert our recyclables to Republic or we're allowed to go someplace else. So all these things are intertwined. And it's not something I can make a decision on because it wouldn't be in the best interest of our community and the city council. So our staff people are going to need all this information. They're going to need to digest it, not anaerobically, but they can digest it, and then they can give me a recommendation. Because I can't proceed, and I can't see MCAG trying to force us to do something when other people aren't doing it. So all these things are intertwined, and we need this information before any competent decision can be made as to which way Los Banos should go. Thank you. Okay, I don't need silence. Who wants to talk?
I think you're good. I just have one or two more.
Okay. I know we're running long.
Yeah. Am I back on now?
Yeah.
Yep.
We're back on.
Yep. I just have two more slides, and they're real quick.
All right.
Okay. Next one.
Next one, please. Go on. And the next, there we go. So we have options, back one, real quick.
Oh my God, it's on delay, I think.
So, well, the options that we have, there are two options, or a couple options. And what we've asked the board is to authorize a 2-year extension with the proposed amendments as presented by Republic Services. They can also direct us to not do the amendment and go out to an RFP and go through the process of getting bids. But as you saw by the proposals we've had, those are definitely going to come back much higher than what the current amendment is. The individual jurisdictions, if the flow control changes, they can do their own RFPs, or they can just landfill all the material. Those are all the options available to everyone. Those are ones we don't recommend, again, due to the state requirements for recycling. And for those communities that are recycling now, they are looked on very favorably by the state. If they were to stop recycling and landfilling, I couldn't tell you what the problems that would cause. And then when you try to start recycling again, the confusion that causes in your communities. So our final recommendations to the board was to authorize a 2-year extension with Republic Services, and to, as we said, with AB 1383, recycling becoming mandatory, is that the board encourage all the jurisdictions to meet all the Cal Recycle requirements and to provide recycling, green waste, organic recycling to all residents, multifamily, commercial businesses, and then direct us, RWA staff, to put out a new RFP in preparation of January 1st, 2022, for recycling for all the communities. Again, we hope that all the communities are participating, and we can do an RFP that will encompass all the jurisdictions. So, I believe that's it. If we have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer those. If anybody has any questions for me, they're welcome to email me or call me. Be happy to discuss any of these issues with them.
Will the flow control policy be put forth for a vote before the contract extension item?
No.
Yes.
The contract extension is going to the board in August. And there'll be discussion on flow control, but I don't think a actual discussion on flow control. Correct?
Kyle, let me jump in. I'm sorry, Stacy has her hand up. Stacey,
I was just going to say, I think Mayor Valta is asking about the specific order of the items on the August agenda. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's correct. So Kyle is correct that we don't have a drafted policy. We're asking the board to give us direction to draft the policy. So that, but the decision of whether or not to draft the policy, that order hasn't been determined. It's an order I make, and hearing your concern, Director Valta, we can certainly put that item before, but we could prioritize that as an RWA item, if that's what I'm hearing you.
I'd like the flow control discussion to go first, because if the board turns it down, then I go one way. If the board says, yeah, they're interested in a flow control, then it doesn't make any sense to approve the 2-year agreement and require everyone to do that when other people are not processing their recyclables already. So we've got some issues here that I can't address until I know the specifics. And it's just not, it's not right to do that, because you're forcing us in a box, and when we get cornered, we're going to come out swinging.
Well, that's good information for me to hear in terms of the order of the agenda. That's something that's the discretion of the executive director. I typically put a lot of thought to make sure that if there are items that are tied in terms of impacting one or the other, that we try to put those in an order that makes sense. So I just hadn't thought about it. So when you ask the question, it makes sense, and that's something that actually I'll be doing later this week, is putting that draft agenda together.
Thank you. All right, council members, are there any other questions? Mr. Faria?
No?
Mrs. Santos?
No more questions. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Jones?
No.
Mrs. Lewis?
No further questions.
Okay, and I have no other questions. Okay, Stacy, Kyle, Colin, and Eric, thank you so much for the presentation. And we're not here today with these decisions because of things that you did. I want the public to know that, and I want the public to know that you're trying to solve these. And I very much appreciate it with the presentation. So any questions or insinuations are not coming to the administration of MCAG under its current management. And I want you to know that I'm very appreciative of what you've done.
Thank you,
Well,
Mr.
thank you,
Mayor.
Mr. Mayor, and thank you, council.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Yes, sir.
Okay, let's go on. Let's do another topic here. Let's go on to item 10. Thank you all. Okay, public hearing. If you challenge a proposed action as described herein in court, you may be limited to raising only those issues you or someone else raised at the public hearing described herein or in written correspondence delivered to the city at or prior to the public hearing. Item 10A, public hearing. To receive public comment, consideration of repealing local amendment section 8-1.18A and section 8-1.18B of the Los Banos Municipal Code related to water heater prohibited locations and water heater protection from damage. Item 10A1, ordinance number 1186, repealing previously enacted local amendments to the California Plumbing Code as it pertains to water heaters. And who are we going to?
Mr. Mayor, before we proceed, is there a chance that we can take a short break? I need to plug my computer in. I'm running out of juice and I need to get my cord.
I think we can do that.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, Mason will do the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Mason. We're going to take a 5-minute break if that's okay. Everyone mute your microphones. Okay, do we have everyone back? Mr. Faria, are you back?
Yes, I am.
Mrs. Santos? Mrs. Santos, are you there? Mr. Jones? Are you back?
Yeah, I'm back.
Thank you. Mrs. Lewis, you back?
Here.
Okay. Mrs. Santos, are you there? Okay, we'll give her a minute or so. Let's proceed. And Mason, do you want to start the presentation on item A1, please? Ordinance number 1186.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, if you want me to get started, I will.
Yes, go ahead.
Okay. Well, good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council. Tonight, I bring back to you that staff is requesting City Council waive the second reading and proceed with the adoption of Ordinance 1186 by the City Council of the City of Los Banos. The amendment and removal of ordinances of the City of Los Banos, Amendment 504, water heater prohibited locations, and Amendment 507, water heater protection from damage of the California Plumbing Code in the 2019 edition. As I said before, the City of Los Banos Fire Department and Building Department are extremely dedicated to the safety and well-being of our residents in the city. There is currently a city code amendment requiring residential water heaters to be placed in the exterior enclosed closets and not placed inside attached garages. This was amended many years ago due to the fact that gas-fired water heaters were probably one of the most dangerous appliances in the residential home. Years ago, there were multiple safety issues and hazards associated with the water heaters installed inside the attached garages. It was decided that removing the water heaters from garages would eliminate a lot of the hazards caused by the water heater failures. But due to recent advances and revisions in the current plumbing code, and the water heaters are now being manufactured with multiple safety factors, as well as the popularity of the new safer tankless water heaters, the city's fire department and building departments feel that it's time to revisit the code amendment and eliminate the requirement to place water heaters in an exterior closet. Staff feels that the current plumbing code addresses all the safety concerns and installation requirements, so providing any additional city amendments are no longer necessary or would no longer be necessary. So therefore, staff recommends City Council open the public hearing, receive public feedback, then waive the second reading of the amendment to the removal of the ordinance 504 and 507 from the damage in the California Plumbing Code 2019 edition, set forth in section 1-8.18 of the Los Banos Municipal Code, and then adopt the ordinance 1186 as submitted. And that concludes my report.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions at this time? Okay, not hearing any. I will open the public hearing on ordinance number 1186. Director Maloney, has anyone sent in an email or anything, or any type of contact?
I have received no emails or information to present.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak on ordinance number 1186? Okay, not hearing any, I will close the public hearing and bring it back to council level. And we need two motions. One to waive the second reading, and the second one for the adoption. Who would like to make that?
Mr. Mayor?
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay, Mrs. Lewis and Mr. Faria, go ahead, Mrs. Lewis.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to waive the second reading of ordinance number 1186 as read by title.
Mr. Faria?
Second.
Okay, it's been motioned by Lewis, second by Faria for the to waive the second reading of ordinance number 1186. And Mr. Faria?
Yeah.
Mr. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
like to make a motion to adopt ordinance number 1186 as read by title.
Mr. Freya.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been motioned by Lewis, second by Freya for the adoption of ordinance number 1186. Mr. Freya?
Yes.
Mrs. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
Villalta, yes. Motion carries unanimously. Let's go on to item B, public hearing. To receive public comment and consideration of levying properties with weed abatement services performed during the fiscal year 2019-2020 or prior for areas of land located in the city of Los Banos, Merced County as follows. Parcel number 025033019, 027055017, 027086009, 027096013, 20000004, 081200005, 081200008, 081200009, 081200011, 081200012, 082594001, 083 390-073, 084243012, 428-255-016. And City Council Resolution number 6250, authorizing the levy and collection of assessments for weed abatement within the City of Los Banos. And staff report, anyone?
On an annual basis, the City of Los Banos submits an assessment to the county clerk's office to assess proper weed abatement billings that are past due haven't been paid. We sent out a public hearing notice in the Los Banos Enterprise on both July 24th and July 31st, notifying the 14 properties that they had past due weed abatement invoices and that there would be a public hearing held today. Since that time, we actually have had 6 people pay. The last 2 paying as of 4 o'clock this afternoon. So from the list that you just read, Mr. Mayor, we'd like to remove parcel number 081-200-008 and 081-200-009, leaving only 8 accounts that would be submitted to the county for property tax assessment. And that leaves us with a total outstanding balance of $7,603.40 for the year. And that again is 8 different properties that would be assessed. And it does cost us to place these items on the tax roll. It's a $50 flat rate in addition to a 35-cent fee per assessment, which would be $2.80 for it. So basically for a total of $52.80. But we also do charge an admin fee to recover these costs. So other than that, what I'm looking for tonight is for the council to have a public hearing and then to adopt a resolution authorizing the levy and collection of assessment for weed abatement within the City of Los Banos. And I'd be happy to answer any questions that anybody may have.
All right, council members, at this time, do you have any questions? I'm not hearing any. I will now open the public hearing on City Council Resolution number 6250 as amended by Director Silva and authorizing the levy and collection of assessment for weed abatement within the City of Los Banos, again as amended. Okay, and public hearing, Director Maloney, is there anyone who has chimed in on this on email?
I have received no comment.
Thank you. Is there anyone on the line that would like to speak? Okay, not hearing any. I will now close the public hearing. And can I have a motion, please? Mr. Jones?
Yes, Mayor. Let's see. I'd like to adopt City Council Resolution number 6250 as submitted, please.
Okay, Mrs. Santos, I see your light on.
Yes, I'll second that.
Okay, it's been motioned, but can you say it's amended to by Director Silva?
Okay, so I'd like to amend it as by Director Silva. Is that correct?
Yes, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, Mrs. Santos, do you agree with that?
Yes, I'll second that.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Mr. Jones. Okay, it's been motioned by Jones, second by Santos, to adopt City Council Resolution number 6250 as amended by Director Silva, removing some of the parcels. Okay, Faria?
Yes.
Santos? Johnson Santos?
Yes.
Jones?
Yes.
Lewis?
Yes.
Peralta, yes. Motion carries. Okay. Let's go on to public hearing. Item C, to receive public comment and consideration of a final development plan number 2020-01 for Mission Village South phases 5A and 5B, a project site located east of Mercy Springs Road, south of Mission Drive, and north of Wilmont Avenue. APN 428-280-012. City Council Resolution number 6251, approving the final development plan number 2020-01 for Mission Village South Phase 5. And we're going to go to Director Elms.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Council. Sonia, if you can let me share my screen for presentation. All right, there we go. Okay. So before you, we do have the presentation is for Mission Village South, Phase 5 Final Development Plan. The proposal is for a two-phased project. It's the development of 8.85 acres. So this final development plan would facilitate the development of the full 8.85 acres. Phase 5A consists of 10 single-family homes. And these are detached single-family dwelling units. And Phase 5B consists of 40 single-family homes and 2 multifamily complexes, which consist of 16 multifamily units. The project is zoned medium-density residential pursuant to the city's zoning map, which is R2. And the general plan designation is medium-density residential. And this particular project does have a planned development overlay, a PD overlay, which I'm going to get into the intent of what a PD is and its purpose. So just a bit of background on this particular project. It is a part of a larger development project, which was known as Mission Village. Mission Village was then broken out into Mission Village North and Mission Village South. Mission Village North has been built out, and Mission Village South, for the most part, it's actually under construction right now for build out. And then Mission Village South Phase 5 is the piece that we are looking at today, which back in 2001 was rezoned for medium density with a planned development overlay. plan development pursuant to the Los Banos Municipal Code. Its intent is to provide flexibility in uses permitted, lot sizes, yard, and building setbacks. So it provides flexibility in your traditional type, from the traditional type setbacks or requirements required from the code. One constraint with a PD is that the density cannot be lower than the density of the underlying district. So although the PD is an overlay district and it provides for flexibility in that zoning district, it does not allow for the density to be disregarded. The density still has to be met and cannot be lower than the minimum density requirement. In this particular instance, for medium density, the minimum allowable density is 7 units per net acre. Back in December of 2019, the Planning Commission approved vesting tentative tract map number 2019-01, and this was for Phase 5A, which consists of the 10 single-family units. In July of 2020, which was actually July 8th of 2020, the Planning Commission approved vesting tentative tract map number 2020-02 and conditionally recommended approval of final development plan number 2020-01 to the Los Banos City Council. And that's the item that's before you today. The location of this particular project is outlined for you in this aerial in yellow. And I do want to highlight some points here. So it is bound by Mission Drive on the north side and Wilmot Avenue to the south.
Mr. Mayor, Stacy, on at least on my screen, the slides aren't advancing.
Okay, I apologize.
Stacy, does it look like you have it in presentation mode? Not, at least from our angle? If you can
I think it's the particular screen. So hang on for me 1 second. I just have to toggle. I'm toggling between 3 screens. So let me.
When it asks you to share, it asks you which screen you want to share.
Go back. Okay. I'm going to switch screens again, so hang on for me 1 second. That didn't work.
See the cute baby.
Okay. So can you see now the screen?
We can, but it's also still weird. We're seeing the presentation and then the next slide over. But I think that's probably better if it will move through.
Okay. All right, let's just go with it. I apologize. Between my 3 monitors, my computer is not knowing what to do right now. So let's move forward. So we went through the proposal, we went through the background. This is the location of the project site. So it's highlighted for you in yellow. So Mission Drive is the northern boundary of the project. Wilmot Avenue is the southern boundary. Mercy Springs Road is west of the project area. Place Road is east of the project. Mission Village North is highlighted for you. It's northeast of the project area. Mission Village South is directly east of the project. And then I wanted to highlight for you Grasslands Elementary, which is east of the project, which will serve this particular community. The environmental assessment, the project was previously evaluated in the Mission Village and Mission Estates Mitigated Negative Declaration, which was adopted by the city in July of 2001. Staff has determined the proposed project was adequately described and examined within that particular mitigated negative declaration, and no new significant information or changes in the environmental setting have occurred that would result in greater significant impacts not studied in the mitigated negative declaration. All potentially significant effects were analyzed and adequately in the mitigated negative declaration, and mitigation measures have been incorporated into the project and certified within the mitigated negative declaration to reduce potentially significant impacts to a less than significant level. No additional review is necessary under CEQA, the California Environmental Quality Act, based on this information in the record as a whole. And the Community and Economic Development Department is the record keeper of these items. The final development plan analysis, the purpose of a plan development is to provide an integrated neighborhood development that's not possible under a traditional lot-by-lot zoning. It's to be unique and creative. Just as I just stated, it encourages innovative and creative development by allowing flexibility in land use and design. It allows the opportunity to provide amenities and conveniences while maintaining a suitable neighborhood environment, and permits development based on a high standard of performance and design by creating greater efficiency in land use by providing flexibility in the strict application of the zoning code. So like I previously said, what the PD, what it allows basically in a nutshell is flexibility from the strict requirements of the zoning district. And it allows for development to be creative and to do unique type of development, whether it is alley-loaded type of development, whether it's clustering of homes so that there's more open space. It really lends to having that unique type of development that is not so cookie cutter from your traditional type zoning. And this can be achieved. This greater efficiency can be achieved by maximizing open space, preserving natural amenities, and creating additional amenities as approved by the City Council. And that is pursuant to our municipal code. Further analysis within the final development plan is required for the total project or an approved phase of the project in order for development to occur in the PD district. So the project itself was approved with a vesting tentative map, but pursuant to our code, a project that is within a planned development district cannot move forward, cannot develop without a final development plan approved. The City Council, by resolution, may do the following. It can grant approval of the final development plan, subject to conditions of approval, or it may deny the request. The Planning Commission is only the recommending body for final development plans, and the City Council is the decision-making body. And so the City Council can approve the project with conditions or can deny the request or with that denial require a redesign of the project. And the city may impose conditions deemed necessary or desirable to make the project compatible and meeting the intent of the planned development. So project design, it was designed in 2 phases, as I previously stated. Phase 5A faces Mission Drive, and it's 10 units that are detached single-family residential. Phase 5B is within the gated community portion of the project. It consists of 40 detached single-family residential units with 2 multifamily complexes that consist of 16 units. The majority of the lots are between 4,000 to 5,000 square feet, but there are some 6,000 to 7,000 square foot lots inside. As stated within the final development plan that was provided to the city as a part of the application, the intent of the design was to present a range of home choices from seven different home models. Within those 7 different home models, there are 3 different plans, which provides 21 different choices. It also provides a gated community with a multifamily development within to appeal to home buyers who desire a more private lifestyle. The project does not provide for any significant open space, recreation areas, or other project amenities as desired and required with the plan development. Phase 5B is designed without sidewalks. This is what the proposal consists of. Staff does not support the project without sidewalks and has conditioned sidewalks in accordance with city standards. No sidewalk, even within a gated development, creates a health and safety issue for pedestrians within development. And the streets have not been widened from the minimum standards to allow for safe pedestrian walkability. The applicant has objected to these conditions at the Planning Commission public hearing. Land use, it is designated medium density residential per the Los Banos general plan. And it is medium density zoning within the R2 zoning district. And as I stated, it does have a planned development overlay. The proposed density is 7.57 dwelling units per gross acre. Within the medium density zoning district, it is required. The range of density, the minimum is 7 units and the maximum is 18. So this project does barely meet the minimum density requirement to be allowed within the R2 zoning district. And this is the land use, so it's all medium density, which is this tan brown color. And as you can see, phase 5A is on that northern piece, and phase 5B is the remainder. This is the final development plan lot layout. The 10 units are on the top facing Mission Drive, and the 40 single-family dwelling units are dispersed through this particular plan with the multifamily near the gate, with the gate access, which is off of Wilmot Avenue.
Stacy, I see 41 lots in here. So on this last map that you had up,
yes, and that's because they're counting the multifamily as lot 15. But it is 40 single-family units.
Okay, but at the bottom on Wilmot, at the entrance of the project, you have lots number 38, 39, 40, and 41.
Yes, do you see the multifamily has a lot 15?
Yes.
So that's where that extra lot is, that 41st lot is being counted. Technically, though, it's only 40 single-family homes. That extra lot is for multifamily. So the 41st lot would be, which is lot 15. Lot 15 is for multifamily, but it's being counted in this particular layout as a part of the lot count.
All right, thank you.
Mm-hmm. So the architecture, the project has proposed production homes for single-family units. It does have 7 different architectural plan groups with 3 different architectural plans within those groups, which give 21 different models. They do range from 1-story to 2-story models. And then it does consist of the proposed multifamily structures, which are 2 8-unit complexes. And they will have similar architecture features as the proposed single-family structure. And so this is the single-family unit proposed within the final development plan. This is the architecture proposed. There is some stone veneer, stucco, recessed doorways, shutters in some of the elevations, varied roof height. There is some ornamental wrought iron on some of the plans, and there is also siding on some of the plans. And then on this particular slide on the bottom is the multifamily unit. As you can see with the stone veneer and the arched doorways, it does complement the single family residential. Circulation, the project as shown on the aerial is east of Mercy Springs Road, which is an arterial, and it is located, the project is located east, but Mercy Springs is west of the project site. Place Road is also an arterial that feeds this project, which is located east of the project site. Wilmot Avenue is a minor arterial, and that is the main entry access point to the gated community for Mission Village South Phase 5B. Within Phase 5B, there are 3 private streets within the gated community. And then Mission Drive is a minor collector and a main access for Mission Village South Phase 5A. Those are the 10 units that face Mission Drive. Mission Drive will not be used as an access point for the gated community. It is only to be used for emergency vehicle access only for the gated community. So the main access point will be from, as I stated, Wilmot Avenue, and only emergency vehicles will be able to use Mission Drive for the gated community. Open space and recreation. The applicant has not proposed any significant open space, recreation areas, or other project amenities for the project as required under the plan development overlay. Staff has conditioned the final development plan to include an open space and park area within the gated community with certain amenities. We're requesting at least a minimum of a play structure, picnic tables, and a shade canopy structure. And this is really to serve this community as the multifamily units do not have any open space yard area for families, children, to be able to play, to have that outdoor space. As stated within the staff report, the nearest park is 3/4 of a mile away, and staff does feel is meeting the intent of the plan development overlay that an open space amenity with recreation area for families would be desirable. As heard within the Planning Commission public hearing, the applicant has objected to this condition. Infrastructure. This project will be connected to an existing 12-inch line, a water line at Mission Drive. For sewer, it will be connecting to an existing 6-inch line at Mission Drive and an existing 8-inch line at Wilmot Road. And then for drainage, it will be connecting to existing piping along Somerset Avenue, which will be extended to Mission Drive to serve this project. The project has been contemplated in the city's utility master plan, and it will be sized to accommodate this use and will be built in accordance with the city's master plan as conditioned. So the conditions of approval, staff is recommending approval of final development plan number 2020-01, subject to conditions of approval. And I've highlighted The 4 conditions of approval which were objected during the public hearing with the Planning Commission. The first, and also just to note, those conditions are highlighted for you in yellow within your staff report under Exhibit C of the resolution, which is Attachment 1. So the first condition that was opposed by the applicant is actually condition number 3 within the resolution, which states prior to issuance of the building permit of the 21st single-family dwelling unit, the developer shall commence construction of the multifamily component of the project. Second condition is actually number 19 within the resolution that states that sidewalks shall be designed and constructed for city standards. Next is condition number 24. It states prior to occupancy of the first multifamily dwelling unit, a private park shall be constructed for the gated community. And then condition number 25 states that the proposed park shall have, but not be limited to, a play structure, shade canopy, and picnic tables to the satisfaction of the Community and Economic Development Director in accordance with the adopted final development plan. Staff is recommending requiring commencing construction of the multifamily unit prior to issuance of the 21st single-family dwelling unit to ensure that the project gets built concurrent with the single-family unit. The project is zoned medium-density resolution and residential, and needs the multifamily component to meet the density standards of the general plan. As I stated, it barely meets the minimum density requirements of the municipal code as well as the general plan, and it needs that multifamily component to meet that minimum density requirement of 7. Staff believes that sidewalks are also necessary for safety of pedestrian connectivity in the community. It is envisioned that the gated community would consist of families with children walking and riding bikes, and sidewalks would help eliminate conflicts with vehicles. And then staff also believes that the park component is necessary to provide an amenity to the gated community, and that's why we are requesting condition number 25. And this is to provide an amenity to the gated community. The multifamily residents will not have yards for outdoor activities, as I previously stated, and a centralized space for residents to use would be a healthy amenity. The purpose of the planned development zoning district is to provide amenities and conveniences while maintaining a suitable neighborhood environment, which can be achieved by maximizing open space and creating additional amenities. The nearest park, as I previously stated, is approximately three-quarters of a mile away from the project site, and an outdoor recreation area would be a beneficial amenity to a healthy gated community. And for those reasons, staff does not support the project without the above required conditions of approval as I've stated. So the Planning Commission did hold a public hearing on December 12th, 2019, and that was for Phase 5A. And then for Phase 5B, held a public hearing on July 8th, 2020. Where they approved the vesting tentative map 5B and recommended approval to the Los Banos City Council of the final development plan. The approved vesting tentative map 2019-01 is contingent upon the approval of the final development plan, and the vesting tentative map 2020-02 is also contingent upon approval of this final development plan. The recommended approval of final development plan 2020-01 was made by the Planning Commission to Los Banos City Council, subject to the conditions of approval provided by staff. So public comment, a public hearing notice was published in the Los Banos Enterprise for this City Council meeting and mailed to adjacent property owners on July 24th, 2020. And as the date of the staff report, as well as for the preparation of this PowerPoint presentation, no comments have been received for the City Council item. Recommendations, the staff is recommending at this time that the City Council would adopt resolution number 6251, approving final development plan 2020-01 for Mission Village South Phase 5. And that concludes my presentation.
Okay. Let's go to council first. Do you have any questions of Stacy before I go to the applicant?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I have some questions. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Stacy, with the conditions that you have outlined in Exhibit C for the recommendations that staff is recommending, and apparently the applicant is not in favor of, that kind of tells me that there has to be a reconfiguration of this project. Am I incorrect on that, or?
Staff does not believe that there would need to be a major reconfiguration. Yes, there will be some setback issues that could happen with the requirement of sidewalks. However, this is a planned development, and those setbacks are where there is flexibility. If the council feels that sidewalks are necessary and that a playground or some sort of park amenity is necessary, then we feel that it could be simply done with some reconfiguration. There would probably be minor lot loss.
Well, one thing for sure for me, being that it was several years kind of a fight to get sidewalks over in the State Street area for Colorado, Vermont, and the other streets over there for those homes that were built back in the 50s. Those residents, I watched those residents, the children that live in that neighborhood, have to walk in the street and dodge vehicles and such in order to get to where they needed to for the school buses to pick them up. So sidewalks are very important to me in a community. I can't imagine building any kind of community these days without having sidewalks in them. The other thing that, I felt a little awkward about is at the entrance of the project is that one apartment complex is facing north-south and the other one's facing east-west. And I'm sure that was to try to maximize the space that was in there. But if that lot 41 is, part of allocating over to the apartment complex, is there any way that maybe the street can be moved over a bit to turn that apartment around so that they're kind of facing each other in the same direction? It just seems awkward to me to have, you only have two buildings in a complex and they're facing in opposite direction of each other. To me, it just seems awkward. And the reason I said if staff's recommending a play area for the residents that are there, since this is a gated community, that's kind of why I brought up the idea that maybe there has to be some reconfiguration of this project. Maybe it's just setbacks in order to create the space, but for sure, if sidewalks are going to be in there, there's going to have to be some setback changes for that. So that's just kind of my take immediately on some of the things that I saw that I felt that I would like to see changes on, and that was turning that apartment complex, either making them both in the same direction and also making sure that we got sidewalks in there. And, the play area, I'd like to hear what the other council members have to say on that, but I think it's a good idea. That's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Any other comments by council at this time?
I do have some comments, but I would like to leave.
Go ahead, Mrs. Santos, and then I'll call on Mr. Jones.
Well, some of my comments will be directed at Ms. Marshall, I believe, as part of the developing team. So I can actually wait till after if she has anything to say, or I don't mind waiting towards the end, but I do have a few questions. So, Brett, if you want to go, you can go right ahead.
Mr. Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, Stacy, what is the benefit to the developer to do medium density in this area?
It would be smaller lot sizes and to have more units. So they don't have to have such large lots. They can have smaller lot sizes, and it provides for a range of different housing styles as well, based on different sizes.
Okay, and so the apartments, they were dropped in there just to try to meet that ordinance requiring 7.1 units per acre. Is there anything we can do to grant a variance on that that ordinance as far as how many units per acre? I mean, is it really going to make a big difference if we have a few less units in there?
We cannot. That would be in violation of our general plan, and then in turn, we'd be in violation of our housing element by downsizing. That would be, we cannot go downward. If anything, you can maximize the density. And Mr. Vaughn, I don't know if you want to jump in on the legality.
Yeah, the underlying zoning is R2, which is typically duplexes, triplexes, multifamily. Can have some single family. You'll notice in this development, they've topsided, loaded it with single family, which is probably part of the problem in the design to reach that density. If there were more duplexes or triplexes dispersed throughout the development, they wouldn't be having a problem with the density. So they've cured that by the 2 8-plexes. But typical R2 is typically multifamily, like duplexes and triplexes, and not overloaded with single family residents. They can do it, and they've done it, but the multifamily is a very important and central component of an R2 zone. This is not an R1 zone where it's single family and they've thrown in a couple of multifamily units. It's an R2 zone, which by definition, we're talking about multifamily. So Stacy's right. Under the zoning code and under the general plan, there's no way we can ignore that density. In fact, I think the general plan says the preferred density is even higher. It's like something like 12, I think. But they give the applicant a range to be within. But I think the general plan says the preferred density in in that zoning and general plan area is as high as 12. So what I see happening here is we're trying to shoehorn kind of a single family development into an R2 zone, which is fine. You know, it's got to make sense financially for the developer, and they've done that by incorporating the 2 8-plexes. They've met that basic. So I don't think the city council and a final development plan has the ability to ignore the zoning or to ignore the density. What really the final development plan is designed to do is to give the developer flexibility to meet that density by smaller lots, different lot lines, those types of things. And I think Stacy said it at the beginning of her presentation. You do that by clustering homes together and then having a big amenity that takes up more space, like in this case, those 2 8-plexes. So anyway, that's a long explanation to your question, but in the final development plan, you cannot ignore the zoning or the general plan designation. What you're doing is you're approving the design of the development within those constraints. And so if they had something very unique, that's what the final development plan is supposed to set out for you, and you decide whether or not that's something that you're in agreement with. But to change the underlying zoning and density, you don't have the ability to do that.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. For me, I mean, this development, it's just strange. A lot of it just doesn't pencil out. You know, this developer would be the first developer in a long time to do apartments, just because the cost of build is just outrageous. And, you know, going back to a priority for Councilmember Santos, the reason why we don't see apartments going up all over the place is because they're very expensive. And when you factor it out in a cap rate, you're probably down on these ones here alone, you're probably down below 4%. And most investors wouldn't look at that as a viable project. So that's what kind of scares me with these apartments here. They're just, they seem like they're going to cost too much to build for what the return will be on them.
Well, so the underlying zoning is R2. This isn't an R1 zone where someone is promoting apartments. This is an R2 zone that requires that multifamily and that density. And I don't know how long it's been zoned R2, but I think it's been like 20, 30 years. And so
2001.
Yeah, so when you're developing an R2 zone, you go into it knowing that you're going to be required to have a higher density than if it was an R1 zone. The city really can't get into the financial aspect of course it costs more and more to build an apartment, but when you are developing an R2 zone, you have certain constraints, and it can't be 40 single-family homes because it won't meet the density. So
no, I
think they've done a good job with those two buildings to meet the density. It might have been easier for them to intersperse duplexes and triplexes throughout those 40 lots, but they've done a good job with finding a way to meet that density with those two eightplexes, and they kind of set the tone for the development. The staff didn't have any problem with the eightplexes. What they had problem with was the sidewalks and the timing.
Well, just trying to squeeze everything on there, it just seems like this is just kind of smushed together. It seems like you can probably achieve the same amount of units with, instead of doing duplexes or triplexes, which then gets into kind of a rental neighborhood besides just the apartments alone, is to change it up and do duets. So you take out the in-between space out of every other home, basically, because you're sharing a common wall, which means you'd probably be able to squeeze a little bit more units in single-family homes in there. So it just seems like it's a little kind of
that would have been an option.
Development.
That would have been an option for the designer.
And I think their return would probably be about the same, probably even more when they factor in if they can squeeze more of those in, and maybe do to meet the rest of their housing element, instead of doing a 16 units, because now they're required to have an on-site manager. So just your monthly costs just go up to maintain that, to maybe a 14 unit, where you can have outside management on that and do one building. That would definitely cut some costs down. What I'm afraid of is that if there's no strong mechanism to mandate or be able to force the builder to build, this project may get prolonged. The houses will get built, and we'll be sitting with lot 15 as a big giant park. So I know there was requiring half the homes to be built, or once half the homes are built, then it triggers needing the multifamily built. It seems like they could have probably done a little bit more with the multifamily if they would have thrown it in the center island. That might have been interesting. At least there's a buffer all the way around it, and there's not a single family home right next to it like lot 14. So I would like to see this kind of revised and a little bit more thought in there, where we can get sidewalks in and where it might make a little bit more sense. So that's my take on it.
Anyone else who would like to speak before I open the public hearing or talk to the applicant?
Yes, I do have a few questions. I'll just hop in now. So, personally for me, I wanted to know what was the reason for the objection to the sidewalks and the recreation of the park, or some type of recreation there?
Mr. Mayor, well, that particular question, do you want to take when the public hearing is open so that the applicant can answer?
Okay, cool. I can wait.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
No, that would be fine. Okay, so let's go to the applicant, and then I'll go to the public hearing. So, Tiffany, do you want to speak?
I think Rick is going to lead primarily, but I definitely would answer any questions necessary. But to answer your question that you just asked, Veronica, the objection to the sidewalks is predominantly because this is a private community, private gated community. Very common in private gated communities to not have sidewalks, especially a community of this size, which is small in number of lots overall and acreage. So it's very, very common to not have sidewalks. And because it is privately gated, it also mitigates a lot of that traffic circulation going in and out, which is predominantly, it'll be just the residents that live there within the neighborhood. So that was just to answer your question, but I'll let Rick kind of take the lead on anything else, and then I'll step in as necessary if Rick is actually on the phone, hopefully.
Yes, I am.
Okay, you're up.
I don't know. What caller number am I, Stacy?
It actually is your name.
So if I could interrupt real quickly, this is Lucy Maloney, I'm the city clerk. So is the public hearing opened and they're speaking during the public hearing?
We haven't opened the public hearing yet. I'm just answering council member questions, and then we'll open the public hearing.
Okay, thank you.
Hi, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead, Rick.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, fellow council members, Rick Mummert, Benchmark Engineering, 507 J Street, Los Banos. Wanted to comment on a few things of what I've heard and go from there on some of the other items that we wanted to address. Councilmember Lewis, the reason why the entry is located where it is, we are aligning ourselves with the street to the south of Wilmot. The two center lines match up, and we come into our project at a four-way intersection. So that's why the entry is where it is now. All the utility stubs are in that intersection also. Stacey, I want to make a comment on the drainage. The drainage connects to Wilmot. The overland release goes to Mission. The Mission Drive improvements for the cul-de-sac, they all flow within the street, so we don't have any actual pipe connection to Mission Drive. Regarding the layout, and the reason why we did it, this site's only 8, including Mission Village South 5A, it's only 8.8 acres or so, and I had problems with the density from the very beginning, the way this was laid out. And if some of you may not remember, some of you may remember that when Mission Village South 5 was previously approved by City Council, I think it even had a development agreement. But the development agreement, and the map, everything expired in about 2016. And if you look at that, like Mr. Ron said about talking about the single-family residences, Mission Village 5, as approved previously, was a single-family detached project. The lots were really small. Some of these small lots in other communities, you end up with a 1,800-foot house on a 3,000 square foot lot, and those didn't sell very well. I'm talking about vacant park areas, that those all, I know hundreds of those lots that are vacant right now because they can't sell them. No one wants to live on top of each other like that. So Stacey and I have had numerous conversations over probably 10 years on the medium density residential. So it's an issue. It's very difficult to
private 8-pack and 6-pack communities pop up. And those projects are all zipper lots, and they can only achieve 8 units per acre. So I don't know how you would ever reach 12 or 15 units per acre without going multi-story triplex, zero-lot line townhouses or something like that. I also wanted to answer the question about the play area in the park and the shade structures. You know, we only have 16 units here, 16 multifamily units. When I had trouble meeting the density, Stacy's been trying to get parks within the city of apartments within the city of Los Banos. And we were trying to use this area as a kind of a test area, kind of what you were saying, Councilmember Jones, about cost, et cetera. You know, we could build these, and if they are not too expensive, I'd rather learn the lesson on 16 units than on 160 units or 300 units. Something that could have a clubhouse, something that could have a play structure and other amenities, and you could afford it because you can spread it across all those units. Here, we don't know if it's going to be young professionals or seniors in these 16 units. I suspect these 16 units personally would go fairly quick, but we don't know that families are moving in, that all of a sudden now we have a play structure that's not being used because everyone's professional or seniors. You know,
Rick, can I interrupt you for a sec?
What?
Rick, can I interrupt you for a sec? Sure. So if there was a park, you'd have to put it on a separate parcel because there's no guarantee the developer is going to hang on to these apartments. If they sell the apartment, that means the next owner has full rights to the property. They're not going to want to pay insurance on a community park. So the bigger challenge is now it's not just a matter of squeezing playground equipment on the lot 15. It's finding a different parcel that the city can own and maintain, or the HOA development itself owns, to be correct on that. So because the lot 15 could be sold off to a different investor.
Correct. So what we have is we have a small parcel lot. It's called Lot A. And what I've done is after the Plan Commission meeting, I kind of squeezed those lots, the ones that Deborah mentioned previously on 38 through 41 or something like that, to make that a little bit larger where we could put benches, et cetera, in there, maybe even have a picnic table. But, you know, you're exactly right. The lot 15 is a private lot. So the residents would not be able to use those facilities. And that's kind of what we brought up in the Plan Commission meeting, was that, you know, it'd be like somebody coming in somebody else's backyard and have a barbecue. You couldn't do that because it's private property. It's for those residents there. You know, I don't think we're opposed to a shade structure on that parcel, but again, it would be for the apartment units only. It wouldn't be for all the residents within the area. You know, by this parcel being, you know, Mission Village South 5 is the last developable parcel within the Mission Village, which got broken into north and south. If you look at these parks, all of a sudden now we have potentially a condition that's put on this project to have this park amenity when we have 70-something units next door, Mission Village South 3, and then you have 2, and all these other single-family residential projects that were approved previously don't have any park amenities. You have Verona, and you have Meadowlands Park, Veterans Park, you have Jolin Park, Talbot Park, and Regency Park, all in the vicinity of this, which encumbers hundreds of acres. And you have these parks separated, 3/4 of a mile. But then all of a sudden, now at 8.85 acres, we have to have a park, which it doesn't seem justifiable, you know, from the size of this project as being the last developable portion of this project. There was a project that was proposed where the school's going. There was a park there. Well, when the school went there, the park went away. So that's not this project's problem. It's the way it came down. So, and that's why I think to have a park and to have a homeowner association maintain that park, then, you know, that's just talk about the cost going up, right? You only have with the 40 single family and the 16 multifamily, you only have 56 units to spread over this. You can't get burdened by $100 a month homeowner association fee. So that's kind of some of the thoughts about that. On one of the things also in the staff presentation, just so you guys know, kind of separating the two projects. Vesting tentative tract map 2019-01, that map's already been recorded. It's for the 10 public lots that front Bishop Drive. The improvement plans are already approved. So tonight's final development plan for that portion was strictly for architecture. It wasn't for I think the staff report said that the tentative map is contingent on the final development plan. I think from an architecture standpoint only, right, Steve?
No building permit can be issued until the final development plan is approved.
Well, that's
approval of the vesting map.
Well, I think that's a challenge. I think a year or so ago we wanted to submit a final development plan for architecture only, but it was recommended that it come with this also. I don't see that we could hold up 5A building permits over something that's in the 5 portion. So I just wanted to point that out also. As far as the sidewalks, it's a private gated community. We have gated communities in town that don't have the sidewalks that's being asked now. We're being asked to conform to city standards.
And may I jump in on that one? Those are 55 and older. There are no children living in those communities. So we're not comparing apples to apples when you bring that up.
Well, it's not apples to apples, but there are children in those areas because we helped write the CCNRs for those. And you could have grandchildren come stay with you for 2 weeks at a time, and there's 101 units there.
They don't live in those communities. They can visit for a certain period of time, but they do not live in those communities. So you can't compare those two for places where you're going to have people living on a permanent basis.
Okay. Well, again, we have 40 single-family residential units and 16 multifamily units, which we don't know the age demographics that are going to be going into those units. That test, we are open to a shade structure, but again, it would be on the private area. But we do not want a private park within. It's just not large enough to have a private park. It wouldn't even be large enough to have a little pot area and meet the setbacks. Other than that, Tiffany, if you wanted to add to it.
I think some of the areas that I'd like to add commentary. First of all, thank you, Council, for allotting us the time and to give us a moment to raise commentary on some of the questions that you have, as well as some of the description from staff. So when Stacy first started her presentation, she started with reference that this was a development to create creative development, and that's really why this was presented as a private community to encompass multiple components, not just to meet density, but also to meet several other factors, single family and multifamily. And as Rick referenced with conversations that we've had with staff, Stacy herself, is multifamily is needed more in Los Banos. And this was a product in smaller stature that we would like to bring forward for this project, as well as potentially for other infill or other future lot projects, small and large, to meet that multifamily component that Los Banos seems to need, especially in a market that we're seeing right now where a lot of families and individuals are moving to get out of the bigger cities and migrating towards Los Banos and Merced County because of COVID. And we're seeing that a lot. And part of why we presented a gated community as per a private gated community is because we are hearing that from our consumers of, what they would like to see here in Los Banos in order to purchase and relocate to Los Banos from some of the outside and inside areas of Los Banos. So that's why we've laid this out and designed this project to be a private gated community in just 41 lots, kind of in a little exclusivity neighborhood pocket. So with that comes along with private gated communities, of course, has an HOA component, which means assessments for homeowners. So trying to make the homes not only affordable, but also have an assessment that's affordable for buyers to comply with is to reduce some of those amenities. Although a lot of these amenities that were presented by staff are definitely amazing, but for this particular project, it makes it very challenging with only 41 lots for it to be affordable and an affordable assessment for buyers when you start adding on play structures, shade structures, parks, sidewalks. All of that becomes the maintenance of the association, not the maintenance of the city. So with that, it causes that assessment rate to continue to increase and increase and increase. And play structures also cause insurance, liability insurance to go up for homeowners associations. So there's multiple layers of why we're opposing it, not because they're not great ideas, but for this particular project, it doesn't seem necessary for the size. For the multifamily component, it does have open space into, I don't believe that Rick addressed Deborah's question about the orientation of the two buildings. From what I understand, and Rick can speak more to this because he is the engineer and designer, but I believe the way that we oriented it was so that one, we could have some open space, and two, so that there was ample parking that could be accommodated for the 16 units. So that's why the unique orientation. Am I incorrect, Rick?
Well, part of it is that, Tiffany, and the other part, as I mentioned to Deborah, was that, or Councilman Lewis, was that we had to align the entry with the other street to the south. So it created a little skinny portion. So we rotated that building. The other thing that the orientation does, and I put it into the final development plan, was that the windows of the apartments aren't looking into the way it's separated, or not looking into the adjacent subdivision. Only one lot from one window within our subdivision, lot 14 is the only one that would have vision to maybe a backyard. Everything else is not is far enough away, 30 feet or more away. So that was the other reason, Tiffany.
Hey, Rick, did you guys consider townhomes in place of the multifamily there?
We had a brief discussion of possibly putting in zero lot line townhouses in that area, but we haven't laid it out. We had discussions though.
I mean, I'm just going back to the dollar cost in here. Well, I mean, triplex is still on one APN, but if you have separate APNs, you can sell them off, you can make a profit on them, but doing it any other way, it just seems like there's a lot of costs.
Yeah, that's why we were talking about
going to eat.
That's why we're talking about zero lot line townhouses. So they would be triplexes, but they would be zero lot line townhouses, common walls.
Yeah, I would face them towards the front of the street, or the main street there, and then do your parking towards the back. Whether you have single car garages underneath, you do 2-story, and you can probably definitely meet your housing element. You sell them all off, and that way no investor has to hang on to any of the apartments. You know, because I just look at that as just a boat anchor right there, those apartments. Not that the apartments are bad, it's just the cost, the impact fees, the permits right now. Going over this right now with another possible development and trying to figure out what we can do for some of the fees involved, and it just doesn't pencil out. And so that's why I'm real leery about these apartment units here, just because there's no money for the developer in it. So what motivation does he have to actually build them out? So I think townhomes would probably make that development look a little nicer. And I think you can definitely meet your housing element with that. Yeah. And like I mentioned and Tiffany mentioned, we're looking at this as kind of a test case too, because we're looking at the same apartment building in North Point, and North Point has, potentially 140, 160 units, and Stacy's trying to get her housing element up where we need the apartments in Los Banos. And we, that application is going to be coming forward in front of you shortly, but, we have the housing element need where we need to rezone R1 to R3 for Los Banos to get the credits with the state. So this, like I said, was kind of a test run.
Okay. And regarding the sidewalks too, there is developments that don't have sidewalks on both sides of the streets that are in medium density, where the sidewalk may be in certain areas of the street or on one side or the other, things like that. So maybe a compromise can, maybe we come up with a compromise, maybe 50% of the sidewalks in instead of on every parcel. So, and Deborah, I can show you some developments, not in Los Banos, but in other neighboring communities that are actually really nice. And there's not really too much of an issue with children or anything like that. A little different designs, but they look nice.
I'd like to comment on, go ahead, Deborah. I'd like to comment on that. Sorry.
No, I was just going to quickly say I've seen communities like that, but generally they have been for adult communities. I've not seen any where you have communities that you're going to be selling homes for people who potentially have children living in them.
So to respond to that, so I live in Fresno actually, and not only have I sat on the board of 10 homeowner associations in the last 15 years, I previously worked for a large developer in Fresno that built multiple gated communities. And out of the multiple gated communities over 15 years that were built, not one was a 55 and better community. It wasn't an age restriction. It was traditional market communities. And I personally just moved last year after living in a gated community for 8 years that was 208 lots. And all of the gated communities that my previous employer built over 15 years, which was probably about 14 communities, not one of them was built with sidewalks. And they ranged from 50 units all the way up to 250 units in the city of Fresno. Granted, not here. It hasn't been necessarily something that's been duplicated here and or proposed a lot here. But it is very common, and it definitely has not created any. My children were very young, and I'm not trying to make this like my personal stance, but my children were very young and lived there for 8 years. It was never an issue. And part of it was because there were other, nearby parks and schools where kids, the kids that were in the neighborhood, they would migrate to those areas predominantly to play, not so much in necessarily the neighborhood. And we didn't have 208 lots. We did not have any open space for common area amenities whatsoever. But it was also, our assessments were affordable at $100 a unit, $100 a month, and we had nothing in there. So this is like what I'm trying to make as relative for structures and amenities that continue to go into gated communities means more money on the assessment side for the home buyers. And when we're trying to, especially in a very volatile market that we all know is happening right now, we don't know when that volatile time period will end, whether it's this year, next year, the year after. We're trying to accommodate what our customers are requesting. So that's why we're bringing forward projects that not so much that just we want to build, but projects that we know our buyers are going to want to buy, want to build that product that those consumers are going to look to want the city of Los Banos for. And I'd be happy to share any examples of some of those communities if necessary.
Well, I heard it mentioned about people wanting to come out of the Bay Area because of COVID. I hope that's not the only reason they would want to move to our community. But certainly, I'm not one that is going to promote bare bone minimum to anyone moving into this community. I'm looking to elevate our community to a different standard. And even if we elevate some of the things that we're looking at here tonight, it's still going to be a far cry cheaper than what people have to pay in the Bay Area, pay in Hollister, pay in Gilroy. So what we're asking for is still minimum, but it's an upgrade. And I don't know if we can't say that people who are moving down here have ever lived in HOAs, but if that's where they want to live, to have that privacy, then there are some things that I would like to see as a council member to upgrade what we're doing for our community, rather than us continuing to just give everybody the standard, standard quo and not give them anything above what we've been doing for the past 20, 30 years in Los Banos. It's time for us to step up the game. And I know that, the cost of development is not cheap, but this is something that is important to our community. And as developers move forward and want to come to Los Banos and develop, or be here in Los Banos and develop, then there has to be a standard that we set to raise the value of our community, not lower it, or not just keep it where it is. And the amenities I think that staff is asking for in this community may mean that you have to give up a few of the houses that you're building. But it's not anything that I believe is unusual. And if you want to take the COVID as an example, these people get to keep their children and their families in the community to play here. It doesn't mean they're going to be 100% safe, but at least they're in the community here playing, where their parents can keep an eye on them and make sure that they're safe. If people want to move into communities where there aren't any parks to get a cheaper HOA rate, that's great. But I'm looking to move the standard up in Los Banos. And I don't think this is asking a whole lot, considering the fact that this is an R2 development and we've got a lot of single-family homes in here. That's the compromise that I'm seeing. So what staff is asking for is not a whole lot for our community here in Los Banos.
Commissioner Lewis, or Councilmember Lewis, I want to reply to that because you're exactly right. And that's exactly why I went to Greg with an upgraded apartment building. I didn't come in with a cheap stucco apartment building. This had the stone going all the way to the top. This is a high-end apartment building. And actually, we designed this previously in Ripon. And if you go by and look at those apartments, these apartments over there are just under contract right now for $50 million. And there's only 160 units. And that's a chunk of change. So I'd rather not scale down, raise the bar like you're talking about, and not scale down the building to be able to put in some amenities to balance the budget.
Okay. At this time, if there are no more comments from council, I would like to open the public hearing. So is there anyone who would like to speak on City Council Resolution 6251 as read by title? Director Maloney, do we have anyone?
Let me refresh my email. I see no comments.
No comments?
No comments.
Okay. And is there anyone on the line that would like to make a comment? Okay, not hearing any. I will now close the public hearing and bring it back to council level. Council, do I have a motion or any other discussion?
I have some comments, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. I have to say that I am on board with Councilmember Lewis. I personally feel that at a 4,000 square foot lot, which some of these homes will be, and it's supposed to, a gated community, we need some type of park or something in there. Because as she was saying, people are hoping to they're moving into a gated, I would imagine, moving into a gated community. You see my lines are going. People are moving into a gated community to stay within their community for as much things as they can. So if they have to walk, which I know isn't that far, but if they have to walk a three-fourth mile to go to a park, that kind of defeats the purpose of the gated community, at least in my opinion. As for the sidewalks, I would like to see sidewalks on both sides, but Councilmember Jones did mention some type of compromise where perhaps we can get one side going. So at least there is some type of way for children to be able to walk on and be safer on those sidewalks. I feel that with these smaller lots, which I understand a larger lot is not for everyone, but I do know my parents moved to here because there were more opportunity and the fact that they didn't have to be face to face with their neighbors because the lots were larger. Here and it's a gated community, so I completely understand that the lots may be a little bit smaller. But if the lots are smaller and you have children moving into our families moving into these homes, you have your backyard, which is a strip of, which I'd imagine a strip of dirt, and then they have nowhere to go but outside. And if there's no park, then they're running on a street with no sidewalks. So I personally would like to see some of the staff's requirements being met. I have to say from an outside perspective, I do understand that there are some logistical difficulties with fitting all this in, but I personally, I can't be okay with this unless I see some of these things being done. As Deborah said, families may not move to this area due to the fact that, they want something else. Then they will perhaps move somewhere else. But for here, I agree. We need to start raising the bar for Los Banos. We can't just, and mind you, I have to say that the multifamily homes, I'm happy to see them, always happy to see them. And as you were saying, they look really nice, but we do have to raise the bar. It is it looks like it's going to be somewhat of a beautifully designed gated community. I would just like to see some of these things that staff is asking for to be accomplished personally. And that's my 2 cents. Thank you, Mayor.
All right.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, Mr. Freer, go ahead.
I haven't said anything yet because just about everything I wanted to say has been said. I will say if I'm going to pay for an HOA, I'm certainly going to want those amenities like a park. And I don't think that these requirements are excessive. And I totally agree with the idea that we have to elevate this town. And now is always the best time to do that. So I'm in agreement with Ms. Lewis and Mrs. Johnson-Stanis on these issues. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any other council members who would like to comment?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
So, Rick, on the engineering standpoint, if a park's going to have to go in, it seems like lot 14 would probably be the best one to cannibalize. And maybe if you're going to go with the apartments or townhomes, beef that up a little bit, put a couple more units in there to try to offset what you're losing on taking out lot 14 if you go that direction. At least that way you have a little bit more buffer in there between the next lot, which is next lot 13. So it might be an easier sell that way.
Can I comment there?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I think what we could do, Councilmember Jones, is take a look at that where we could put in some zero lot line townhomes and move the apartments. That way, they're saleable lots, like you mentioned. And the only thing I would caution is I've seen parks cost $25,000, $50,000. I've seen them cost $300,000. I think we need to look at the amenities and the potential size of the play structure that staff's requiring. A play structure could be drastically different in size and cost. So if you, I don't know, leave it up to the community development director to make sure we try to raise the bar, but, you know, we don't want to get excessive. That would be my comment. But I think you could look at the townhome area. Would one of the things that was brought up in the Plan Commission meeting was the fire department's recommendation of having a pedestrian gate on Mission Drive. What if we put a sidewalk on the west side of Street A that would connect Wilmot and Mission? That way, at least it's bisecting the entire project. Obviously, Street C doesn't have very many units, and the loop would then migrate to the west if that was a sidewalk there.
Sorry, my map that I'm looking at right now doesn't have the streets labeled. So you're talking from, like, say, lot 45 on down to lot 35?
Yeah, it's on the street, the main street there.
Okay.
The north-south street, yeah.
Yeah. That seems like that makes sense. So if the traffic wants to get out and exit the gates, they can. You know, I don't know if you necessarily need sidewalks around that island. It is only, a 32-foot wide street. So it's not hard for them to walk across that street to a sidewalk. So, I mean, I would say that's kind of a fair compromise there. And regarding the park, too, I don't think you need a lot of amenities in the park. Grass, trees, maybe a small little shade structure, but I don't think it's going to be a very busy park. Weekends you might have a couple residents in there, but for the most part, you're going to be dealing with people in this neighborhood that they're working professionals. They just don't have the time to deal with exterior maintenance. They just come and go. That's it. They don't hang around. They don't linger much. We do have a demand for a development like this. I wish there was a little bit more room in here for a cushion, or maybe just a different concept, single-family homes, or doing as many single-family homes as what you guys are proposing. Might be a little tough, so maybe alternate every third lot to maybe a duet where you can shrink some of these up a little bit and get a little bit more units in here, so you can put some more space for either the park or for the townhomes or apartments near lot 15. So.
Okay. Can I chime in, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
With lot A, which is there at the entrance, which is the small or medium size, I guess, little green space area that was already pre-designated. We've also discussed with Stacy, and I don't know that you all have the potential alternative layout that we proposed, widening that lot to a little bit larger, and Rick could probably reference the actual square footage that it would ultimately be to accommodate more of that green space right there towards the entry. That's really welcoming, useful for residents that live in the community, and to also have potentially some of those amenities that staff has, discussed. We've kind of tossed around some different alternatives versus a play structure, maybe adding in some other components, maybe a shade structure, maybe even some dog-friendly, pet-friendly amenities to create a different, type of environment for the community, as well as, like Rick said, we've definitely discussed about doing some shade structures over in the multifamily open space. But again, that's really on the multifamily. So I just wanted to kind of point that out so that everyone didn't think we were ignoring that we were trying to create some additional larger green space within the community.
Mr. Mayor?
Go ahead, Mr. Freya.
These discussions, these should be done with staff. I don't think these kinds of specific development discussions should be going on at a council meeting. I think this is what our staff works out with. I think we've made it pretty clear. The majority of this council has made it pretty clear already that we want to see these amenities in, and then I think that's it's time to turn it over to our staff, to work that out with the developer. Since council members, I know I'm not a development expert, and I'm certainly not going to be the one to sit at the table to come down with, length of sidewalks and widths and all of that sort of thing. That's why we have the staff. If you're willing to entertain a motion, I'd be willing to make it.
Yes, may I help you with the motion, though, to make sure if this is what you want to make?
Well, I would move to approve it with the conditions we have laid out, and they're highlighted in it.
Yeah.
And that is the multifamily component needs to be begun the 21st when the 21st unit is built, and then the sidewalks have to be there, and the park, a playground park. Don't need a large green space park. We just need a playground park for the gated community.
Okay, so you're making the recommendation to approve. I just want to be clear on this, so everyone is on board. And your motion would be to approve City Council Resolution number 6251 as read by title with is it Stacy, the 4 staff recommendations?
Yes.
Okay, is that clear enough?
That is correct.
Do we need some type of approval from economic development as well once all that is completed? Because if we're approving this, it won't come back to us, correct?
So could I interrupt?
Yes, go ahead.
I don't know if the applicant would agree, but you might want to continue this for a short period of time to let staff and the applicant work out some of the details that have been discussed tonight. I don't know if what we've been talking about might even change the map that's already been approved. So to leave it up to staff to kind of come up with what we think we're hearing tonight might be a tall order, as opposed to staff being Stacy, Tiffany, and Rick sitting down and kind of taking a look at everything that was said tonight and come up with a more definitive final development plan that you can look at in its entirety, as opposed to approving tonight and then leave it up to Stacy to change it all. Because we've been talking about past sidewalks, we've been talking about duets, we've been talking about maybe getting rid of the multifamily 8-plex idea in exchange for duets. So I think that might in and of itself justify a little bit more time for staff and the applicant to work through those details, unless the applicant wants to go forward as is.
I don't think anyone talked about removing the sidewalks. I mean, well, maybe one person right now remove the sidewalks. Stacy, are you comfortable with the approving 6251 with the 4 conditions?
I mean, based on the information, because I hear from the applicant that they could possibly do some duet, and there's some back and forth on what design would be. I would want a very clear understanding of what is being approved. Either it needs to be redesigned to accommodate those lots and those duets, or we're going forward with staff's recommendation with the resolution, and the applicant is going to be doing all of those conditions as the final development plan is designed and conditioned.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, if I may, Mr. Mayor, if I may, since I made the original motion, Ms. Elms, would you prefer to continue, that we continue the item so you can work that out? Or would you prefer that we adopt it with the conditions as laid out tonight?
I'd actually put it on the applicant. Are they going to prepare a different design with duets included in it? If they are, then we need to go back and revise the plan. If they are not, and they are going to take the approval as recommended within the staff report, at face value, then I'm fine with the resolution. But if there's going to be any redesign, I would like to be able to do that and come back to the council for approval.
Well, maybe then the continuance is the wiser course of action. That'll give both sides time to talk and think a little bit before coming back.
I think it gives the applicant the ability to play with the design and some layouts and see if duets do work out for them in lieu of multifamily. And maybe they can, it gives them an opportunity to look at different products. But I don't know their timing, or even if that's an option for them.
Okay. Well, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, Mr. Jones, I'll get right with you. One question. Stacy, any redesign that you do will still have the same capacity, is that correct?
It would still have to meet the minimum density.
Okay, all right. All right, Mr. Jones, do you have a question? You're muted, Brett.
No, I didn't have a question. My mic was on, but no, I didn't have a question.
Okay, I'm sorry. Okay, who else wanted to speak?
I did, Mr. Mayor.
Let's hear the male voice first. Who was that?
Deborah.
Let Deborah go first, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to interject to make sure that the three things that are highlighted in the staff report under Exhibit C are not left out in the redesign. If the developer wants to work out a redesign with staff, that we don't exclude any of those things as we move forward. Like number 3, at the 21st, building of a single-family home or duet, whichever comes first, to start, development of the apartments and the park and the other things that staff has put in the report. I just want to make sure that we're not compromising those things as we move forward if the developer decides to work with Stacy on a redesign.
So what I'm hearing, Stacy, is that the recommendations that you put forward, I'm hearing that they want those to stay in place. But if any redesign is to take place, it has to incorporate those elements.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, Rick Mummert. Well, one of the things is that if we went to the zero lot line townhouses or so and we eliminated the apartments for the fear of some of the things that have been discussed at this meeting, then the 21st building permit issue would go away because the apartments would go away. So that would be one thing. And then what I'm also looking for is some kind of compromise on having sidewalks on both sides of the street for the entire project.
But let me ask you, Rick, with the townhouses, if we left the 21st requirement in there, when would the townhouses go in? If you redesigned it for townhouses with the same capacity?
Well, I think it's a whole different product, and it wouldn't have the same concerns, I don't think, as a single family detached product. It wouldn't have the same apartment feel. You could go do, 4, 8 townhouses that are a part of it also. It would be private ownership. It wouldn't be a rental situation.
Right, but when would you build those? Would those be built first thing right along with the homes?
I think if demand, it would be up to market demand.
No. That's not what I'm asking, Rick. I'm asking you, I don't want to hear about market demand. I don't want to hear about any buzzwords. I want to hear, when would you build them?
Well, I personally can't answer that question, Mayor.
Mayor, I can probably give you some insight on that.
Oh.
Go ahead.
So since you're selling individual units at that point, you're not holding it for an investor. It makes it's actually pencils out to probably where they're going to do pretty well off building townhomes. So I don't see them sitting that long. Now it comes up to having a developer that's capable of building those, that understands what a good townhouse looks like. So this current developer, he may end up selling that lot off to a private investor that wants to build them out, which is fine. But if we zone it for townhomes there, they'll probably get built just because there's money to be made on there.
Yeah, I don't want, yeah, I know that, but I've been down this road before, and Stacy would have to write another condition to make sure that those happened in a timely manner, if that's the way that the developer would want to go. So
what you're trying to,
that's fine.
what you're trying to do is predict the future that someone's willing to buy them.
Right.
And you can't guarantee that. So the developer, what they probably should do is break the townhomes up into four units per block. You start with one block, see if they sell. If they sell, you build the next block, and you just keep going like that. It's the same thing they do with single-family homes. They're not going to build the whole neighborhood up if they can't sell the first home. So market or the demand will dictate what they build there.
I know. I just don't want to get snookered on this, and with what's going on, the way it's approved now. Stacy, go ahead.
So if I may interject, based on this discussion, I would say we bring this item back because this would be a significant change to not only the vesting map, but also this final development plan to see what this product is going to be. So this item needs to come back.
Yeah, I agree. Mr. Mayor, if I might. Sorry,
Go ahead, Alex.
I mean, at this point, my recommendation would be to, as indicated by the city attorney, reiterated by Community Development Director Elms, my suggestion and recommendation would be to defer the item. Been a lot of different comments. I think some positive comments from the council and the applicant. Sounds like, I don't want to speak for the applicant, but maybe a willingness to work on the design. But at this point, I think my recommendation would be to defer the item and let us bring a project back to you at some point in the future.
I have one question, Mr. Mayor, to Stacy. How does this affect the housing element that we would be required to meet by the state of California? Changing from single-family homes and taking the apartments out. That would be the concern that I'd have, taking those apartments out.
So we would be penalized for downzoning. That would be illegal according to our housing element. We actually have a policy that prohibits us from downzoning. So if we were to go from the R2 to the R1 to just build single-family residential, we'd be prohibited from doing that. But in terms of changing the product from multifamily to, say, duet, that in itself we would still get the same amount of credit if we're still able to build at the same capacity. Does that make sense? So as long as we're still able to get that density, that's what we're going to get credit for. So whether it's multifamily or whether it's duet, it is still very good for us to be able to meet the density. That's what we need to achieve.
Okay, thank you.
Just to add to that, if this project could add more density, it's even better for our housing element.
Okay, thank you.
So, Stacy, we would have at least same number of units with the apartments, maybe even more?
We would need to meet that density at least or more because we're at the minimum density right now.
Okay, so let me ask that question a different way. So with the apartments, we're at the minimum density, correct?
Yeah.
Okay, so if there's a redesign, that minimum density, the amount of families that would be able to be housed would be the same or better. Is that correct?
It would have to be, or it wouldn't be prohibited.
Okay, all right. Okay, so Mr. Frias, since you made the original motion, would you like to make a motion to table?
Yes, I will withdraw my original motion, and I will move to continue City Council Resolution number 6251 as read by title, and allow staff and the developer to work out the details. And I don't have a date certain. I don't know if they need a date certain. I don't need a date certain, but
I think you should have a date. I think you should have a date certain. I would push it out 30 days to see if there's any progress, and then the applicant and staff can work on that date. For possibly bring back the same product to make a decision.
Sure. That would be September 10th. Is that right?
Unless Rick thinks that can be done quicker.
Let's see. This is September 2nd is the next meeting.
And I would prefer September 16th, based on my agenda schedule.
Very good. So I will move to continue resolution number 6251 as read by title to September 16th.
I'll second that motion.
Okay, it's been motioned by Faria and seconded by Lewis to continue, continue City Council Resolution to 6251, approving the final development plan of the 2020-01 for Mission Village South Phase 5. We're going to continue that to the second meeting in September, and it's motion by Faria, second by Lewis. Mr. Faria?
Yes.
Mrs. Santos?
Yes.
Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Mrs. Lewis?
Yes.
And Villalta, yes. Motion carries. Thank you all. Let's go on.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good night.
You too, you too. Item number 11, COVID-19 status update. Alex, anything?
Just a couple brief things this evening in the interest of time. Sonia, can you bring up the county dashboard real quick? So just real briefly, calling attention to the county dashboard and the number of cases. Well, before I jump into the actual numbers, it's been reported in the news that there has been some issues in regard to the data in terms of cases being accurate. So you'll see a note at the top of the dashboard that the numbers here may not be the accurate number of cases that are being confirmed. So the best place to go for numbers is the Merced County dashboard, but the numbers at this point probably are underreported, and they could likely be higher given the lag and the lack of information coming from the state to the county. Then real quickly, Sonia, go ahead and click on that, and we'll see if it brings up the case line and the trend. Just first, hovering over the city of Merced, we'll see Merced has 1,500 cases. The next in line is Atwater with 730. And then following that is Livingston with 517. And then Los Banos at 460. I'm going to be optimistic for our numbers. You'll see maybe a little bit of a flattening of our curve. Yesterday we reported, or it was reported, the same amount of cases. So I'm going to take that as a good sign and hoping that the numbers are fairly accurate, but I'll take that as a good sign that we may be seeing another flattening here in Los Banos. But anyway, those are just the case numbers. Probably have seen other reports in the media that the governor has announced a focused effort in the Central Valley with additional funding and resources potentially being available. Speaking with county public health staff today, the governor will be sending a strike team or one of the strike teams to the county of Merced next week. So staff will be participating in those meetings with that state strike team and other county staff to see if there's anything we can and should be doing to reduce our numbers going forward. So that's all I really have tonight, this evening, Mayor and Council, in regard to COVID-19. I think the message continues to be wear your face covering when you're out in public. wash your hands, the other personal hygiene issues, but numbers are continuing to go up. And again, wear your face covering when you're out and about. That's all I have, Mayor.
Thank you, Alex. Any other comments by council? Oh.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we got a new report while we were in meeting tonight, so our numbers have changed, Alex. It kind of looks like our flat line for Los Banos kind of didn't go flat anymore. So
go up a little. You're right.
Yeah. Well, I hate to see the numbers continue to go up in our community, but I have to say it's a far cry better than some of the other cities within our community. So I just want to tell people, as the CDC would say, to continue to practice the things that they ask you to do, and washing hands, distancing, and wearing your face mask when you're in public and you can't safely distance from anybody.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments? Okay, let's go on to item 12, advisement of public notices. Stacy?
We have 4 items. The first is the child daycare ordinance. This is actually just a housekeeping item. The state of California adopted new legislation which became effective at the beginning of the year. That's technically the default, but as a part of good housekeeping, we are going to be recommending an amendment to our ordinance to in line with the state's requirements for child daycare facilities. The next 3 are mobile food vendor permits. The first is for a mobile food vendor to vend throughout the city within the public right-of-way, and this is for produce. And this particular applicant is Cruz Luna. The second is for a location in the downtown area. This is for Tacos y Mariscos El Plebe at 939 6th Street, which is adjacent to City Hall, which is the parking lot behind the Country Duck. And then the last mobile food vendor permit is for La Cocina de Mama. This is located at 402 Washington Avenue. This would be Sorensen's True Value, their parking lot location. All of these public hearings will be held on Wednesday, August 12th at 5:30 virtually at the GoToMeeting platform. And the link to the meeting will be on the agenda when it is posted. That concludes my report.
Okay. Any questions of Stacy at this time? All right. Let's go on to item 13, City Manager's report.
Just one, and I'll use a technical term, one pretty cool thing to report. Los Banos resident James Savage over the weekend became, and I'm reading an online newspaper article, became the youngest person to swim across Lake Tahoe. It looks like it was a 12-mile swim across Lake Tahoe over the weekend. It's called the Godfather Swim because I think that particular swim ends at the house or at a house that was used for part of the Godfather movie and one of the scenes. But really significant accomplishment by our very own James Savage, and he does become the youngest person to make that swim. So just wanted to highlight that. I do know he's been to one of our previous council meetings, but a pretty significant accomplishment by that young man. So that's all I have tonight, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, item 14, report update on Merced County Association of Governments, MCAG, Measure B Committee. We're still progressing on the Billy Wright landfill expansion. We still have the progress and the the monthly meetings with Caltrans to improve 152 and the Pioneer Trail. And then I will be giving the council update. So I'm not sure if we're going to require a special meeting or what we're going to do, depending upon what happens with MCAG in reference to the flow control policy, the 2-year extension, and the tipping fee of the things that I outlined tonight. So we can talk about that later once the MCAG meeting has taken place and to find out where they're at with this. So you kind of know my feelings, but we're going to need council input. Okay, so let's go on to city council member reports. And tonight we will start with Mr. Faria.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Congratulations, James Savage. Known the boy for many, many years. He's quite a fine young man, and it's very exciting to see him get this famous for his hard work. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Mrs. Santos.
Thank you, Mayor. So, I have to say, after some long consideration, probably like a year and a half now, I have decided to not run for re-election. I don't know. This has been quite a very interesting, and I've learned so many things from you guys, and yeah. But I just, for my family's sake, I have decided to not run for re-election because we are going in a completely opposite direction, and I would not want to give any less of myself this time. So, just wanted to let everybody know about that, and thank you for your time. And I'm probably hearing me throughout the next few council meetings talking about this, but thank you very much. So, that's all.
Thank you. Mr. Jones?
No report, Mayor.
Thank you. Mrs. Lewis?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Veronica, for your service and time to the community when you sat on council. And other than that, Mr. Mayor, I have no more comments for this evening. I think I'm commented out.
Thank you. Veronica, I'm sad to see you go. I really am. So that's 2 of us now. And you know, I love a continuum with the council, and you've been a wonderful council member. So, hey, we're still here, you know, so we'll see. And with the voting structure, the mail-in voting, we may be here for a couple of years. We don't know. So we'll see. But tonight, we understand that the dog park is moving forward. I saw that on the consent agenda. Thank you, staff. And Alex, sometime if we could get a report on the splash pad and the plexiglass security for the city hall, we'd greatly like to know how those projects are coming along. And so that's it for tonight. So are there any other comments by council? If not, I am going to adjourn this meeting at 8:42. And just remember, if we started at 7 o'clock, it would have been about 11:45 right now. So thank God for early starts. So meeting adjourned at 8:42. Good night, everyone, and thank you. Thanks, staff.